give up on you. Come with me. Be free. My people, I won't give up on you. Come with me. Be free.
Hello. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Hello to lots of people. Diamond Lock Productions and Andrea and Scooter and Daboy. And I saw Monster Slurpee has to hold on. Are you playing you're playing the wrong music, jeez. And I saw some Monster Slurpee is heading off to a wedding, so good luck with that. And Brian says it's almost their birthday, so happy birthday. And I see Dana in chat, and Feed Me Lore, HJ Fires, Blazer of Stars, Rockstock, Adam Fishkin. I think that's everybody. Hey guys, how's it going? Episode 8 of The Amazing Digital Circus had the most satisfying ending. Don't tell me any spoilers, because believe it or not, I actually started watching The Amazing Digital Circus literally this week. Let me just set up my thing here. There we go. I started watching it this week. I was actually planning to wait until all of it had aired, for lack of a better word. But this absolute state of my Tumblr dash made me realize I'm going to have to watch it before the finale, because the second the finale airs, my dash is just going to be spoilers. Like, the entirety of my Tumblr dash is going to be spoilers if I don't catch up and do it quick. And as it so happens, I heard that the last episode that aired, a lot of stuff went down. I don't know what, I just know a lot of things happened. And already, like, one thing has been spoiled for me because somebody reblogged some fan art and didn't tag it with anything. So I'm just like scrolling my dash, and then there it is right in front of me, and I'm like, okay, thanks, great, awesome. I'm so glad you're not tagging your spoilers, but whatever. But I have actually started watching it, and I am very, very sad to announce that the show is very good. The show is really good. Like, it's one of those things where you have the horror story that is the fan base, and you hear the stories and you see some of the insanity, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna watch the popular thing that's like got a reputation for having just the absolute dumpster fire of a fan base this time around. There's always like one cartoon or a piece of media that has like the nightmare fan base. It was Homestuck. Undertale, I think, had a little bit of that, but not as bad. Then Steven Universe had it, and then Has-Been Hotel had it, and now the amazing Digital Circus has it. And so I watched it, and then I got to like, I'm at episode 4 at the moment, I think. I'm on episode 4, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, God damn it, this is really good. This is like actually really good. It's really well done, and it's really well written, and the characters are really, really like subtle in how they're set up. They are subtle, but also not. They're complex and intricate, and I'm like, damn it, the stupid popular show ended up being good. But yes, I started watching it, and like I said, I also started watching it because I just wanted to avoid spoilers, because I very quickly realized that I've been able to avoid spoilers for the most part until now, but that's not going to last, especially with the finale coming out, especially because the fan base is so vocal, like all the time. It's just constant, and I'd been planning to watch it anyway, and I was like, you know what, I might as well do it now. And yeah, now I'm very happy to say that it's really good, and I really like it. And I'm probably gonna make a video about it. Well, I wanted to talk about that a bit, but before I do that, let's choose something to draw. I saw Brian is asking for Nausicaä, and Brian did say it is their birthday in like 2 days. So I can do Nausicaä if everybody's cool with that, because we're talking Amazing Digital Circus, but I have actually done Pomni before, and I have done Jax before. So I always like doing like a new character. I don't mind doing repeats, but I don't know, Nausicaä could be cool. What do you guys think? I personally recommend drawing Am from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. It would be perfect considering the latest episode. Yes, but I haven't seen the latest episode. Also, like, how does one draw Am? Isn't he just like a monolith? Like, he's just a monolith, isn't he? There we go. I think that's what he looks like. I need to play I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. I have it. I just need to play it. Also, why is my video buffering? Oh, there we go. Okay. I did fix the keyframe thing. I looked it up. I looked up a tutorial, and I saw where to fix the keyframe thing that YouTube was complaining about last time. So hopefully that fixes the problem. How about Ragatha? I mean, we could do Ragatha, but like I said, Brian did ask for Nausicaä. Otherwise, we'll see how far we go. Maybe we can do both, because this is an art request stream, so it's going to go a bit longer, because somebody was very kind and just pushed the Patreon above the tier so we can do an art stream. So that's why we're here. If we do Nausicaä, it'll finally be what I need to get my ass to watch it. Okay, we have to do Nausicaä because we have to get Da Boy to watch it. Has there been a Studio Ghibli character in a stream yet? I don't know, actually. Let me just grab Nausicaä, some reference image. It's probably going to be her in her blue outfit, which is the iconic outfit. She doesn't start with the blue outfit. She wears a different outfit at the start. I mean, we have this picture. It's generally what she looks like. I'm trying to find one that like has a good shot of the whole outfit. Sorry guys, I know you can't stream. You can't see. Where is it? See, we've got this outfit. That's not the one that people like see. You know what? We might as well do this outfit, even though it's not the one that's like on the box cover. It's the one that she actually wears the longest in the movie. Because like she has the other outfit, right? Which has like the emblem on it and stuff. But this is the one that she wears for basically most of the movie. Yeah, we'll do that. And I saw somebody ask for a baby. I think it was Brian who said we should give her a baby Olmu. So we can do that too. I watched all of Your Lie in April and I cried 8 times. Yes, it was enough to make a 27-year-old man cry. I got my hands on what's it called? Summertime rendering. I had never heard of this before, but I've been watching those reacting to the best anime OPs and EDs videos because I like watching those sometimes. And in it, this guy was listening to ending songs, and there was a song from Summertime Rendering, which I had never heard of this anime before. And then I heard the ending song, and it was so good that it really intrigued me. So I grabbed a copy of that. I've just clicked through it to make sure that everything is there, that, you know, the file is okay, and it seems to be. So I'm probably going to give that a watch, also because it's not super long, because my big problem as well is I get very ambitious that I want to watch a whole series, and then I start and then I get distracted right as I near the end of it, and then it never gets done. That happens so often, it's kind of embarrassing. I also need to finally finish Evangelion, because that's what I wanted to talk about. So I'm busy finishing Velma, right? I finished the script, so I need to do the audio recording next week, and then it's video editing, and then we will finally break the Velma curse so we can move on with our lives and talk about other things. And I was planning to do the Daikon 4 video, which I still am going to do it. However, because I won't be able to monetize that video, I suddenly got it into my head, and I got very paranoid about the idea that if I do Velma, which everybody's really sick and tired of hearing about, but I have to finish it, because if I don't finish it, it's going to be this curse that lingers and like will forever taint this channel, and I will forever have people asking me, when are you going to talk about the second season of Velma? So we have to exorcise this demon. Hey, Billy Donuts has donuts. But we have to exorcise this demon. We just have to. We have to exercise it, and we have to move on. But I'm worried if I do that, and everybody's kind of really sick of Velma, and then I talk about something which I can't monetize, I'm worried that it might damage the channel in terms of algorithm. So I figured it would be better to talk about something else that's kind of within the algorithm and that's like a little bit more popular, and then I can focus on something a little bit more niche, like Daikon 4. So that's also kind of why I'm looking into the Amazing Digital Circus, because I feel like there are things you can talk about it without doing like an episode by episode recap, which is, I'm not going to do that because it's such a popular show. I don't see the point in being there, sitting there and being like, in episode 1, this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. Like, everybody's watched the show basically, and the people who haven't, they can probably get the gist of it from like looking at fan art and other people's content, you know, that it's not really something like Velma where it's like nobody is going to watch the second season. Nobody in their right mind after watching the first season is going to watch the second season unless they're like, I don't know, unless they've got a very strange idea about what kind of entertainment they like, right? Every piece of media has at least one fan, but I don't see that being the approach for a Digital Circus. So I want to approach it from a different angle. Originally, I considered maybe talking about it in terms of like horror within animation. But as I'm watching it, I don't really think that horror is really the approach for it. I like the idea you had for something about kids horror. Yeah, see, but that's what I'm thinking. So at first I was like, okay, well, it's not really horror as I thought it would be. But one thing I can talk about is I'm kind of like incubating this idea in my head of talking about it in terms of like mascot horror. Because Dana, who's in chat, she's a big fan of it. And we talk about it sometimes. And one thing that's very interesting is how a lot of its fandom seems to be at odds with the show itself in a way that you didn't really get with like Steven Universe or I guess Homestuck, or I guess My Little Pony, if you want to go back that far, where you had a fandom, and although they had weird headcanons and they kind of behaved strangely and all of that, at least they were kind of in sync with the show itself. With the amazing digital Circus, there seems to be kind of a disconnect between the fans and the show itself. It's from what I've seen and from what Dana, being in the fandom, has told me, is that there is a not insignificant amount of people in the fan base who don't seem to actually like the show, which is very strange to me. Like, they don't seem to understand what the show is. They approach it in terms of like shipping, and they approach it in terms of like, oh, I really liked FNAF, I really liked Five Nights at Freddy's. I really like this kind of aesthetic when it comes to horror, quote unquote. So I'm going to be part of this show's fandom. And then the show isn't really that. And then the show actually has a lot more complex things to say about like personal relationships. And then the people who joined it, thinking it was going to basically fall along the same lines as Poppy's Playtime and what are the other ones? Garden of Ban, that's the other one. And like, it kind of attracted that kind of crowd just based on its aesthetic. And then that same kind of crowd doesn't really know what to do with what the show itself is, because that's not what the show is. The show is not a mascot horror show, but it's also not a blatant horror show either. And I find it very interesting that there's this massive disconnect. However, I also don't want to sit there and talk about the fandom, because I really actually don't like watching videos about a piece of media who then only talk about the fandom. I find that very irritating when I watch videos like that. If I'm going to click on a video about, say, I don't know, let's say, what's popular at the moment? Okay, if I am about to watch a video about some other popular movie that's come out right now, I want to hear, excuse me, I'm hiccuping. I want to hear the YouTuber's opinions and breakdown of the movie. I don't want the YouTuber to sit there and forever talk about the fandom, because who cares, right? I want to hear their thoughts on the project. So I don't want to sit there and approach a video to do with Digital Circus complaining about the fandom. Oh, the fandom didn't understand it, because that's just not a great video topic in my opinion. That's very like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a YouTuber I can compare that to who does that kind of thing, but I can't really think of anyone without being extremely like generalized. Here, this is the reference I'm looking for. Copy this image, go back here, paste it here. So I feel there should be a topic I can talk about in terms of the expectation of the show and what the show actually is in terms of mascot horror, without going on and on about, oh, the fan base doesn't understand this show, because that's kind of really obnoxious. It's really obnoxious to talk about it that way. Like, the fandom doesn't understand this show. Unlike me, an intellectual, like, shut up. Like, just shut up. I'm like annoying myself just thinking about it. But yes, I'll cook the idea a little bit more and figure out like, okay, what kind of like in closing, all-encompassing, that's the word, all-encompassing idea I can approach the topic with, because I would like to talk about things like the handling of character and the subtlety in which character and character dynamics are written, that I don't know if that's really been much of a talking point, because I've purposefully been avoiding larger videos about it. But I have seen like the thumbnails of things like what Saberspark has been putting out, and I've been hearing secondhand information from like Dana, who loves the show, and I just look at like Saberspark's video titles and it's things like, the amazing Digital Circus went too far this episode, and I'm like, this does not sound like riveting content to me. This sounds very clickbait. This sounds very dramatic, like overly so. Oh, Sharks Boy is saying goodbye. Where do I see this? Do you all see my chats? Yes, I did. Sorry, I've just been yapping. So, CPAP, I love your videos. I just got the requests here. Excellent. I will get back to you on that. And I will do something for you. Just when I'm done here, I'll probably check the Patreon page tomorrow. So just drop me a DM. I think you can DM me there. Otherwise, I'll DM you first and we can like hash it out there. No worries. That's basically just NausicaA titles. Yeah, I don't even watch NausicaA, but he's another one where I see the titles and I'm like, yeah, okay. I don't like bad-mouthing YouTubers because I think it's kind of tacky, but at the same time, there comes a point where you see the way that certain YouTubers title their videos and you know, you just kind of sigh and you're like, all right then. But also, as somebody who makes videos, I also try and think of a way where I can kind of have an actual thought about the show without kind of just rehashing what other people say about it. Because I do want to kind of have my own thoughts and opinions about the show, but I also don't want to parrot other people's ideas, and I also don't want to rehash things that they've already talked about. But I'm definitely not going to make a video talking about like episode 5 has gone too far or anything like that, because I don't know, it seems like such lazy content. Is that mean to say? Is that kind of mean to say when you make like a video that's like, this piece of media went too far? I just find that very blah. Gooseworks is into Mass Effects, by the way. You know what? I could tell because she's good at writing, which means she has to have good taste. So she would have to be into Mass Effect if she had good taste. Yeah, I'm joking. I'm talking such rubbish. What if you low-key made a Discord server? You know what? I'm a little afraid to, because I am not good at managing Discord servers in general. I'm not good at Discord servers in general. And I am kind of paranoid about getting people to run it for me because I've heard such horror stories. I've heard such horror stories about finding Discord mods and then they turn out to be like just the worst people on the planet. Like just absolute monsters. And I'm like, ugh. I figured I'd worry about that once I get big enough to worry about it. When it becomes a big enough thing where I can no longer ignore it, that's when I'll worry about it. Mass Effect is a sign of good taste. It's true. It's true. It's you can't dislike that game. Like if you tell me you dislike that game, then okay, I wanted to say that I don't trust you, but that's not true because I have actually met people who dislike the game and they have like good reasons for it. So okay, joke cancelled. I found out that she is into this about it in the funniest ways. Oh yeah? Let me read what Dana has been saying while I wait for you to type. I watched Nux's Adventure Time reacts for a while, but then I just stopped. It's partly why I don't run a Discord server. Even the servers where a friend I mod has problems. Yeah, I don't know what it is. And it's not just like, oh, it's a Discord thing, because it's not really. It's something about having a completely like unmonitored like platform, I guess is the word. I don't know how to describe it. It just kind of seems to be that Discord servers always seem to have problems in one way or another. I've still yet to play a Mass Effect game. Do it. They're so good. Well, I wanted to say they're also good, but I haven't played Andromeda yet because I have not heard great things about Andromeda, and I don't know how I can possibly play Andromeda just because I like the original so much. You know, it's one of those. It's like, how can I possibly play Andromeda if the original trilogy means so much to me? Sorry, I'm just trying to work out how does this anatomy work? Because this feels very long for her upper arm. You know what? I know what to do. What we're going to do is we're actually going to delete that. And then we are going to just put the hand here. Like this. Because her arm is going to come around here. And her arm is not long enough to kind of wrap around it completely. So the upper arm is wrapped around it on the other side of the Olmu where we can't see it. So you're only going to see like her hand over here. That should work. Because otherwise her hand's gonna look like kind of broken. There, that's good enough. And I'm going to have to shave this because it's a little, there we go. Okay, that gives us the base to work with. Let me just flip it. I think that's good. I think, hold on, let me just hide some things. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, we're good. We're in the clear. This is reference image. This is drafts. Just turn that all the way down. Okay, there we go. And now we can get to this. Okay, I'm back. I never played Mass Effect either. Do they still make anything for that series? They're trying to, but it's one of those things where the time has come and gone. The people who were involved with making the original Mass Effect are no longer with BioWare. The people at BioWare currently, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. And it's one of those things where it's like, I think we should just let it just kind of, I don't want to say fade away, but just kind of let it be. We've done it. It was good, but the original writers are gone. The people now there are not the best at their job in terms of writing. And as much as they keep threatening to make more things for it, I would prefer if they just didn't. I would prefer it if the writers for Mass Effect start their own studio and make new games with a similar level of writing, which, hey, as far as I've heard, that's what they're doing. So, you know, I would rather follow the writers than I would follow the franchise, if that makes sense. If you make a Discord server, you can link it to your Patreon. Yeah, like, I'll figure all that out. That's something that I would have to, like, do behind the scenes and, like, put effort into it. Like, all my effort at the moment is just kind of channeled into making content for the channel. YouTube is just telling me something. It's just throwing suggestions at me. Shut up, YouTube. Anyway, I'm just kind of focused on making content for the channel itself, especially because it's been a while since I uploaded a video, because I've been distracted with my actual job. And for most of last year, I was working on a theatrical movie. And as you can imagine, that really dominated my time. And I could not find the time, let alone the energy, to also focus on making videos for the channel. But that project is finished, and I've also just finished the project I was working on currently, but that was a much smaller project, so I could work on writing the script as well as my actual job. And now I just kind of want to focus on making content, rather than like the superfluous things, like Discord servers and you know, like all that extra stuff. I would rather just focus on content, like making nice videos that people want to watch, right? I have to say, Mass Effect is something truly unique. I feel there isn't anything that shows such a level of continuation of the player's progress by choice. Was probably also linked to massive effort. Yeah, the only thing I can think of that did that was like the Ultima series. And the only reason I know about the Ultima series is because I used to watch Spoonie back in the day. And Ultima was like his favorite fantasy series of all time. I think Spoonie likes Ultima the same way I like Morrowind. Except, unlike Morrowind, Spoonie liked all of the Ultima games until they got bad. Whereas with me, I'm not the biggest fan of the Elder Scrolls as a whole. I just like Morrowind. Hey, Dr. Fate. No, you didn't almost miss the stream. We just got started, more or less. So no worries, no worries. Yeah, Shark Boy, I told you. I'll DM you on Patreon. Don't worry about it. The boy says, if I may offer as well, I think the streams you do serves as a perfect opportunity for your viewers to josh around. So a Discord server might also be kind of necessary, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'll think about it. Like I said, I did know that that might be something to consider in the future, but it is something where I would have to be very careful, just because I have heard the horror stories and across the board. It's not like one singular fandom, it's not like one singular community. It seems to just be a thing that tends to happen in Discord communities. And I'd be interested to figuring out why that happens. It's probably like, I don't know, like a social thing, maybe because it is perceived as being private. That might be what it is. I don't know. I'm going down a weird rabbit hole involved into like that thought, like, why are people like this? I still remember Spoonie's massive crash out after Ultima 9. I know, like, but see, this is how long ago that was. I think I watched Spoonie's videos about Ultima before Mass Effect was a thing. Yeah, no, that's true, because I started playing Mass Effect with Mass Effect 2, which came out in 2010, and I was watching Spoonie in like 2008 and 2009. Good Lord. There's a scary thought if you like really start looking at the timeline. But yeah, that's really the only other video game I can think of that does the continuity the same way Mass Effect does. People could say Dragon Age, but Dragon Age is different. Dragon Age is kind of individual adventures, which are just connected via your events through the games. Like whatever the protagonist of game 1 did carries over into game 2, but you're playing a different character. Whereas like Mass Effect and Ultima, you play the same character, and your decisions and stuff carry over. I can't help but wonder if controversies like what you're describing is why Discord is trying to push the photo ID. Yeah, that's like a whole mess. I think there's a lot of things that go into that, to be honest. Mass Effect Andromeda is a good game with serious flaws, but if you can look past it, you will have a good time. I spent 100 hours in game, so I know what I'm talking about, and you must like exploration. Yeah, I'll have to see, because I do own it. I've got it in my Steam library. The thing is, it's going to take a massive backseat, because when I finish my Dirge run of Baldur's Gate 3, I have a lot of other games that I want to give a try. Actually I can pull it up because I have my Steam open here. The games I want to check out after Baldur's Gate 3 is I'll probably play Clair Obscur first, because it's not super long. It's like 8 or 10 hours, which means it'll probably take me 20. But that's the next one on the docket. I also have the Divinity, not Divinity series. I have Divinity 1 and 2, and those are like 100 hours each. I have, what's that game? I know it's here. Let me just find it. Death Stranding. I have Death Stranding, which I'll talk about that in a second. Of course, I have Dead Redemption 2, which is going to probably take over my life. I have Kingdom Come Deliverance. I have The Outer Wilds. That one also needs to be done pretty soon, because I've managed to avoid spoilers this long, and I don't know how long I can keep that up before things get spoiled for me. Oh, and I have Warhammer Rogue Trader. So I've got a bunch. So Mass Effect Andromeda is kind of low on the priority list. Am I going to post more stuff on Patreon? Yeah, it's like I said, it's because I was working on the movie. That's why I have been a little bit unable to focus on the channel and the Patreon, which is attached to the channel. That's why that is. I think New Vegas has done choices better than almost any game I've ever played. I have not played New Vegas, and in all honesty, I haven't really watched any playthroughs of it either. I sometimes like watching challenge videos, for lack of a better word, like those Bethesda challenge videos that you see on YouTube. Those are very fun, but they tend to not really focus on the story side of things. Also, it's been a while since I drew eyes, so I might have to look up just kind of a breakdown, or I should try and stick a little bit closer to Nausica's actual design, which might be better. Let me grab another image where it's a close-up of her face, then we can use that as a springboard on how to draw her face, because I don't want to spend a huge amount of time digging through references. Here we go, that's good. Copy this image, go here, go here, go here. But yeah, also behind the scenes, I've been doing a lot of research for the Daikon video. Even though it's going to take a bit of a back seat, I still want to work on it behind the scenes while I'm like writing other things, just because it requires so much research. And I really enjoy research, but I do have a tendency to kind of overdo it. when it comes to research, just because I like it and because I like having context for things. And then what happens is I feel I need more and more context for what's going on, and then I over-research something. And then I find all this interesting information, and then I'm like, okay, well, now I have to add all of it to the video because it's interesting and I want to talk about it. And then my videos end up like 2 hours long. That's why that happens. If you want to play a masterclass in open world game writing, I'd recommend New Vegas highly. I have it for like PS3, I think. Yeah, PS3, it wouldn't be on PS4. But I think that's probably a game one should not play console. That's definitely a game that should be played on like PC. Fake, no one in Andromeda is Garrus. You're joking, but that's kind of also why I haven't given Andromeda a lot of attention. Not so much because Garrus isn't in it, but because I love the cast of the trilogy so much. It's going to be difficult to fall into a game with similar lore and then not have any of the characters that I've grown very attached to. And like, there's a whole bunch of new characters. I think Red Letter Media described this when they were talking about Star Trek, big surprise, where Mike was saying going from TNG to Deep Space Nine originally was very difficult because you feel like a kid who's getting left at kindergarten for the first time, and you're like, Captain Kirk, come back! Don't leave me with these strangers! And Mass Effect Andromeda, I think, is very similar. It's like, no, I don't know who any of these people are. Don't leave me with them. But also, I had that problem when I played Dragon Age Inquisition for the first time. Because Dragon Age Inquisition has a lot of similarity to Mass Effect in terms of how it plays, it did get to a point where I would be playing Dragon Age Inquisition and I would be running around Skyhold and I'd be like, man, I miss having my crew here. I miss having the characters I already like here. I wish they were here instead of like friggin'... Okay, I was gonna say... not Liliana. Liliana is okay. Cassandra's okay. I don't hate any of the Dragon Age Inquisition characters. It's just... they're fine. You know what I mean? The only character who really grabs me in Dragon Age is Varric. Like, Varric is honestly one of the best characters BioWare has had from what I've seen. People may contest me with like Knights of the Old Republic, which I still have to play. But Varric is such a good character. But he's like the only character who's like that in Dragon Age. All the other characters are just kind of okay. And when you come off a trilogy like the original Mass Effect, unfortunately being just okay is not good enough. Just because of like the comparison to how good the predecessor is. And I imagine that Mass Effect Andromeda will be like that, except 1,000 times worse. Because it is the same universe, it is the same lore, it is the same alien species. I know they introduced new species, but there is a lot of... You know, there's going to be a lot of reminders of the trilogy. And I'm going to be like, man, I miss Shepard. I miss Garrus. I miss Tali. I miss the Citadel. You know, there's going to be a lot of that. Whether they like it or not, that's just a reality of the video game. But like I said, I also have all these other games to play, which I'm quite excited about. I don't really know which one to do next. I closed it, which is probably for the best. I'm getting distracted. I don't know which one to do next after Clear Obscure, because like I said, Clear Obscure is kind of a topical game, I suppose, but also it's not 100 hours, so it won't like become the game I play for the next 2 years. I can play it and then I can play something else as well. So that's the big upside of Clear Obscure, as well as the fact that my friend has told me it's extremely good and she has very good taste. So I believe her because our tastes tend to line up quite closely. So if she says it's amazing and she liked it a lot, there's a very good chance that I'm going to think the same. That's why I think ME4 has a bit of a chance, since it'll have anchor characters like Liara and Rex. But see, there I disagree as well, because I don't trust the current writers at BioWare, and I want them to leave the legacy characters alone. Because they're just going to trot them out and be like, hey, do you remember Liara? Do you remember Rex? And it's just going to be a nightmare. And I don't want that either. So yeah, that's the big problem with Mass Effect. I knew a girl who was obsessed with Fenris when DA2 came out. I hadn't played any, but he seemed insufferable. Yeah, Fenris is like Astarion, but less interesting, if that makes sense. I do feel like Fenris is kind of the beta version of Astarion. Like, Fenris was the first draft, and Astarion is when they managed to figure out how to do Fenris, but good. It's like Fenris and the cooler Fenris is basically what's going on there. Because Fenris has a lot of the same problems as Astarion, but his personality is just, I don't know. I did romance him in DA2 because you can't romance Varric. And he's fine. He's okay, I guess, but I don't know. I didn't find him as compelling. I didn't enjoy DA2 as much as Dragon Age Inquisition or the first Dragon Age. And that was mainly because Dragon Age 2, you are entirely confined to... Oh, thank you. You are entirely confined to the city, which is a big problem. Oh, thank you so much, Indigo. Thank you. CPUP's review of Husband Hotel has been promised to us 3,000 years ago. That's how demands work, right? Yes, you know what? That's a good point. Maybe I can try and like cook up something with both the Amazing Digital Circus as well as Has Been. Like, build a topic around both. That could be interesting. Because I think they do have a lot of things that are similar between them. Like, they have similar talking points, but they approach them very differently. That might be something. I'll have to think about that. That might be a good direction to take things in. But yes, you're right. I understand what you're saying about the fear of fandoms. I used to shun Rick and Morty and the Has Been Hotel like plague pits because I heard rumors about crazy fandoms. But after giving them a chance, I realized that they were just okay shows. Like I said, I'm quite surprised by how good the Amazing Digital Circus is in terms of character writing. I really am, because it's genuinely amazing. I just watched Untitled last night. That's the episode name. And I was told that it's a bit of a divisive episode, and I was like blown away by how good that episode is. There is so much going on in that episode. I will probably have to like rewatch it just to kind of pick up on a lot of details, because there was a lot where I was trying to catch up with what the episode was about, and I did get there, but now I want to go back and kind of like rewatch it just so I can fully get to the same level that the episode was, because I was so busy kind of trying to figure out what the direction of the episode was that I missed a lot of the finer details of that episode. But yeah, that's the episode that made me go, oh, this is very good. This is a very good show. I don't know if it's cope, but I like to believe Mass Effect 4 will be good. Maybe it depressed me too much to believe otherwise. They do have a decent amount of stuff from the OG trilogy. It's possible, but like I said, with me, I would rather follow the writers than I would the IP, if that makes sense. And that's something I've just kind of learned with time, where sometimes you follow the studio itself, but sometimes you have to follow the creator to get what you wanted out of the franchise that you liked. And that's not just for video games, that's for like anything, right? You'll get to a point where the actual writer, that's who you like more than the characters, more than the setting, more than the world building, will be the writer's approach. And if they leave the studio and they move on to other projects, you are much more likely to find what you liked in the future projects than you are with the franchise. And I heard that the Mass Effect people, I think the lead director, I know he's back for KOTOR. I know that he's back for the new KOTOR. I know it's not called KOTOR, it's called something else. But he is back for that. I don't have any attachment to KOTOR myself. I've played only about, I think, 5 hours of it, if that. I need to restart it. But I did hear he started his own studio, and they're kind of working on their like own original IP, which I'm quite interested in, because I would like to see that same approach to world building and science fiction that they brought to Mass Effect. And again, I think this comes from being a Morrowind fan, because I love Morrowind. To this day, I love Morrowind. I can't stand Oblivion. I've said this before. I am like Oblivion's biggest hater. Skyrim is okay. Skyrim is like mid. But Oblivion is so bad. it's so terrible. And that was kind of something I had to learn as a fan, like a huge fan of Morrowind, is the Elder Scrolls might not be the thing that you love. What you might love is the creators that made Morrowind, right? And then you spend like the next 20 years of your life trying to find a game that like matches Morrowind's freak. I did have somebody recommend a game to me, which I did buy because it went on sale. They said it was the closest that they found a game came to being similar to Mass Effect. Let me just find, where is it? Dread Delusion, that was it. Dread Delusion, they said, is very similar to Morrowind. I think I said Mass Effect. I meant Morrowind. Dread Delusion is apparently very close to Morrowind in terms of like really weird world building and like very strange biomes and like very intricate political systems and like character motivations and things like that. So I am interested in checking that out. Like I said, I have so many games. It's because Baldur's Gate 3 takes like 5 years to play. That's why. Have you seen anything about the Fatal Frame 2 remake? No, I heard that they were doing it, but I haven't seen anything new. Have they like announced anything more than just the announcement that it's a thing they're doing? As far as I know, the only issue with the Gravity Falls fandom is they tend to have dirty minds, which I can tolerate in modest doses, but I don't mind chats with them. Yeah, I never really interacted with the Gravity Falls fandom so much. Mostly because, like with most things, I avoided it because I did intend to get to it one day. Which, that's another one. I've watched like all of season 1 and I've watched like 4 episodes of season 2. And then as usual, I put it down with the intent to get back to it, and I haven't yet. So that's another one. But I'm busy kind of catching up with a lot of things that I missed out on, right? I'm filling in the gaps of my education, I would say. Let me just try and figure out, like, where do I want her mouth to be? That's good. We can put it there. Yeah. And then if we map it out. I hate like drawing the outline of the lips because it always makes it look like I'm giving them like super luscious lips. It's like, no, I'm just marking where the color difference has to be. So like there. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, that should work. Okay, cool. Luckily, her design isn't super complicated. She has a very, I don't want to say simplistic design because that makes it sound like it's a criticism. It's not. It's a very, I guess, elegant design. There's not a lot of extra nonsense to Nausica's design. It's very straightforward, which is quite good. When did Nausicaä come out? Was it 82 or 84? I think it was 82, right? I'm asking because this is actually important in terms of the Daikon video. I believe it's 82. 84? Really? Really? So Nausicaä came out after Daikon 4. That's interesting. That's fascinating, and I'll show you why. Daikon 4. I don't know about the Nausicaä manga though. The reason it's interesting is because the bunny girl in Daikon. Let me grab this. Oh, that's a horrible image. Where is a better one? Daikon 4. Yeah, I suppose this one will work. Copy that, go back here, go back here. The reason why is because this is what the Daikon girl looks like, right? And this image, not so much. This one is much more, I don't know if this still was done by Akai or Hideaki Anno, one of them. But there are certain frames in Daikon 4 where she looks identical to Nausicaä. But Daikon 4 came out like a full year before the Nausicaä movie. That's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have to research that. That's fascinating. That like opens up a whole bunch of questions. What do you think about the game Robocop Rogue City? I haven't played it, but I did hear of it. I think that's the one people said was pretty good. Bluntman, hey, says, I was hoping to get back to Persona 5 Royale after I finished the post-game in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, but now Pokemon Legends EA has me by with the balls and ain't letting go. Yeah, that also happens. Like, you have full intention to play a different game, and then another game comes up and you're like, damn it, I have to play this one first. I feel like I'm at that point, maybe with like series and movies, I suppose. I was going to go watch Project Hail Mary on Thursday this week, but I had so much to do that I ended up pushing it until next week just because I just couldn't keep up. I had like a dentist appointment, I had a doctor's appointment, I had, what else? Like 5,000 things in 1 week. And I was like, you know what, no, we're going to watch the movie next week because I can't. This is too much all at once. And I'm very excited for Project Hail Mary, but I do feel it's one of those movies where everybody's talking about it and there's a certain amount of like peer pressure to watch it as fast and as soon as possible, which I hate. I really hate being I'm trying to say being told and feeling. I hate feeling like I have to watch the new popular thing as fast as possible. I don't like it. I like taking my time to get to things because then I can properly digest them and properly like internalize them and for my thoughts, what I think about it and all that. And it's really difficult to try and do that and like get into the right headspace to watch something if the entirety of the internet is yelling at you to go watch it at like today. Go watch it now, you know, and that really like gets on my nerves. And I feel like I'm having that problem a lot with cartoons and anime at the moment where I don't know what it is. Maybe there's just a lot of really good things out at the moment, but it does kind of feel there's a lot more of that right now of just people telling you, you have to watch this now, you have to get to this now, etc., which is stressful. The word you might be looking for is streamlined. Oh, you know what? Yes, I think that's right. Miyazaki took a lot of design cues from Tezuka. You know what? Yeah, streamlined might be the word. Yeah, rather than like simplified. Because I want to say simplified, but a lot of people think if you say simplified, that's like a bad thing. They think like, oh, it's the opposite of complex. That means it's not as good. It's like, no, simplified is actually a lot harder to do than complex. In what little drawing I've done, I found lips to be rather difficult to do. Yeah, I'm trying to get better at it. And it's one of those things where my inexperience is coming up against the wall. So it's one of those things I'm really like fighting against to improve. Let me just turn this off. Her head might be a little, yeah, her head is definitely a bit big. I'm gonna have to make that smaller. And I think push her neck also a little bit further ahead. Yeah, okay, and then I'm gonna have to shrink that down, especially because if I add hair to it, it's going to make her head like 5,000 times bigger. So just shrink that down now while I have the opportunity to do that. I feel the same way about Uma Musume. Everybody and their great aunt Fanny has been gushing over it so much that I'm wanting to check it out. Yeah, I'm quite enjoying playing it, but as I've said before, I'm immune to gacha systems, and I haven't really spent anything. I had somebody, like a friend, give me like a little bit to like pay for like one pull once, but as far as spending money on the game, I haven't really done any of that, and I don't really feel I need to. I just enjoy the game. Her design is made for hand-drawn animation. Yeah, but so is a lot of manga and anime. Also, I'm seeing this eye here is wrong. And because of the way that anime production works, I guess because it's a theatrical film, it didn't matter as much. But usually, with how anime works is they don't put a lot of emphasis on moving. They will rather focus on having very good keyframes and very good singular poses within a scene. And just kind of focus on making that look good rather than having fluidity of motion. And the reason they do that is because it's, I don't want to say cheaper because that makes it sound bad. It takes less time because you only have one singular drawing that you have to nail and get very good, opposed to getting fluid animation, which can take a lot of time. And the second that something takes time in animation, it takes money. So anime, from like the start, has always focused on getting keyframes down and just focusing on getting those done well, rather than like fluidity. And Nausicaä is obviously for a theatrical film, which would have a lot more fluidity to it. So that might be why. But as you said, it could just be the Tezuka influence. But by this point in the 80s, anime was moving towards a more detailed style overall. It wasn't entirely there yet, but it was slowly moving in that direction. Again, this is kind of interesting for me to think about right now because I am doing all the research for the Daikon 4 video for whenever I put that out. So I'm doing a lot of like watching and researching of the anime landscape at the time. This is not correct. And it is interesting to see like when certain things happen within the larger puzzle. Because one big puzzle piece for Daikon 4 is the release of Gundam, as well as just kind of the landscape of Ultraman. Kamen Rider a little bit, but especially Ultraman. So I've never watched Ultraman in my life, so I'm trying to not so much watch all of it because I would die if I did that, but just kind of acquaint myself a little bit more with Ultraman in general, like where the series was in between 1980 and 1983, and like what the fandom landscape looked like in that specific time frame, because that's like squarely between Daikon 3 and Daikon 4. And I'm going to talk a bit about the context before Daikon 3, which will be the 70s, because the 70s kind of built Daikon 4. So it's important to know the cultural zeitgeist of Japan in the 70s, which then includes things like Gundam and Ultraman. But Nausicaä is in there somewhere. Lupin the Third, Castle of Cagliostro is in there somewhere. So it's all these like separate pieces. I'm like gonna have to put together a flow chart when I make this video. I'm back. Have you watched Project Hail Mary and what do you think of it? Sam, I don't know whether you're being genuine or if you're making a joke. If you're being genuine, that is the most well-timed point to what I was saying earlier I could possibly ask for. Nausicaä has such gorgeous painted backdrops. I think the backdrops in Nausicaä were done by Olga, who's like one of my favorite production guys. Yes, it must have been Olga, right? Now you got me wondering. Let me check. Nausicaä backgrounds. Yeah, Kazuo Olga. Oh, no, he did not do the background for Nausicaä, the Valley of the Wind. Okay, so Olga joined for My Neighbor Totoro. Interesting. I really thought that Olga was on Nausicaä already, because Olga was on Lupin the Third. He and Hayao Miyazaki, I don't know whether he worked on Castle of Cagliostro though. He worked on the original Lupin, no, not original. He worked on Lupin the Third Part 2 with Hayao Miyazaki. So I would think that he would have been on board with Nausicaä, but apparently not. Okay, I did not know that. It's been a while, but I've watched a few episodes of the original Ultraman. It's a good watch in my opinion. I think I've seen 2 just to kind of dip my toes into it. And what am I doing with this anatomy? And I like it so far. It reminds me a bit of like the original Star Trek in a lot of ways. And I think that's probably the best comparison. I know her chest isn't that big, but I do kind of just want to get my proportions correct here. Actually, you know what I should do? I should grab this reference image and flip it so I have a better idea of what's going on here. No, not paste. Scale, rotate, flip horizontal, bring it down here so I can see it. Because there isn't that much detail here. Okay, so we've got the shoulders here. So her shoulder's going to be there. The shoulder's going to be there. It comes in here. Then she's just got a suggestion like that. Because there's good anatomy happening underneath the outfit here. And I need to get it like looking good before I draw the clothes on her, because if you don't have a good foundation underneath, then whatever you draw on top is not going to look good. Okay, I'll bring it down maybe a little bit there. There, and then this, yeah, this comes over here, kind of like that. Yes. Bring this down here, bring this down here. Yeah, okay, I think that's going to be better. Rather than trying to do it like in detail, I'm just going to keep it a little looser. I think her torso, no, actually no, her torso is fine. I just feel like it's a little long because I have a very short torso. So I'm not, I don't have the best grasp on what's a torso that's too long because my own torso is really short. Wi-Fi issues? Yeah, tell me about it. I'm so happy I made that change with the keyframes because that seems to have fixed the problem, even though YouTube is throwing out suggestions here, which, you know, don't suggest things to me while I'm streaming, it's distracting. But that does seem to have fixed the Wi-Fi issues. The weird thing is with Gundam, is the first thing of Gundam was Gundam Build Fighters. And I started watching Gotten of Build Fighters because I thought the main character's mother was attractive. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what you're saying, but I could believe if Gundam was like birthed from, from something else, because I did not know until I watched the video on it on YouTube that Ultraman was like birthed from like, it was called like Ultra Zone Q or something. It was kind of like a Twilight Zone style show. And they had that first, and then they had Ultraman, and I genuinely had no idea that that was even a thing. So that was interesting for me to learn. Okay, Nausicaä, just hide you because I need the Ormu now. Let's check, make that blue. Make that maybe a bit more purple. Yeah. Did you miss something? No, I was just saying how Project Hail Mary is something I do want to watch, but it is a little bit frustrating that everybody under the sun on the internet is currently telling me to go watch Project Hail Mary. And I'm like, ultra cute, thank you. And I was like, yes, I know, I'm getting to it. So then you came in and said, hey, have you watched Project Hail Mary? And like kind of proved my point. Gonna see Mario 2 on Thursday with a nephew, so I'm gonna try and finish the game before then. Is that out already? I want to say that seems soon, but probably not. I don't know how I feel about Mario Galaxy as a movie. I suppose I should wait until the movie's actually out. Because Mario Galaxy, so much of that game is its soundtrack. Like, it's a great game, but that soundtrack is solid gold. And I'm a little unsure how to translate that into a movie with like a talking cast, where the cast is actually speaking. It might be a little bit strange, but I don't know, I'll have to see. I love the soundtrack for Mario Galaxy, but as far as the game goes, I'm not like one of those people who's like super attached to the game itself. As I've said many times, Nintendo doesn't really have a large presence in my country. So I'm more attached to the soundtrack than I am the gameplay. So I'll see. Maybe I'll watch the movie and I'll think it's pretty good. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how they try and translate the atmosphere of the game into a film starring Chris Pratt, right? Galaxy just seems like a part of it alongside a dozen other Mario things. Yeah, but that's also like, right? I mean, it's difficult because translating a Mario story to a structured script is already kind of a tall order. So to do it with Mario Galaxy is even more of a tall order just because of the themes that Mario Galaxy talks about. And it doesn't even really talk about it. It just kind of suggests the themes and leaves it up to you to figure them out. It's going to be interesting to see how they do it in like a structured movie made for children by Illumination. We're going to see how they handle it. Illumination just revealed that Fox McCloud is going to be in the Mario Galaxy movie, and people are going nuts. Is that real? Is that real, or are you joking? Because, I don't think I like that. Dana's like, what? That's real? I don't know how I feel about that. That feels very... Why is he here? That feels very... Hey, here's thing. Also, here is advertisement for next thing. Get excited for next thing. And you're still like watching the original thing. Like you're watching Mario Galaxy and you're enjoying Mario Galaxy. And as you're watching Mario Galaxy, it's actively already trying to tell you about the next thing. Right? And it's like, I'm trying to watch the movie and you're advertising to me. Like it feels kind of like that. And also, I don't know how I feel about that because that feels very like multiverse. And I really want multiverse to die as a thing in movies. I really, really wanted to die. I wanted to stop being the thing that every single movie franchise tries to do now. I wanted to stop making money. I want these big studios to stop trying to force everything into being a multiverse. Because I'm so sick of it. It's so creatively bankrupt at this point. So adding Fox McCloud to a Mario movie, I don't know, that just kind of feels gross to me. It feels like an advertisement. It feels like a don't ask questions, just consume product and get excited for next product. Like it has that kind of feel to it. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but nah. Also, part of me is like, haven't the Fox McCloud fans suffered enough? Haven't they had enough heartbreak? Why must you do this to them? And then the rumors for a new Star Fox game. Yeah, see, that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna cause rumors for a new Star Fox game. And then it's either not gonna come out, or it's not gonna be great. And then the poor Star Fox game fans are once again gonna have to be Star Fox game fans and have their hearts broken again. Just checked out, it's real. Fox is going to be in the film. It's even on Wikipedia. He's being voiced by Glenn Powell. How is that a thing that exists? That is bizarre. To me, it's the RAM quote of things I know. Yeah, it's very, I know what that is. But like I said, to me, it's very, don't ask questions, get excited for next product. That's the vibe it gives me. Yeah, that's strange. That's very strange. It's also a little concerning because we all saw what Metroid Prime 4 turned out to be, right? And just the absolute stink of Marvel humor and Marvel writing that game has on it. So for them to then take Mario Galaxy and then do like a crossover / multiverse thing with Fox McCloud, that doesn't bode well. That feels concerning. Yeah, the more I'm thinking about it, it's not even like I'm enraged because I'm not super attached to either character or franchise. I'm purely thinking of it from like an animator's point of view, right? Like marketing and things like that. And that just kind of sounds like a lot of this was a decision made by some or other market chairperson in a meeting. You know what I mean? This was a decision made in a big boardroom meeting with like, Will Ferrell from the Barbie movie and like his troupe of guys all sitting around a table being like, who can we add to like get people excited for the next movie? And they like went through their list of Nintendo characters and they're like, well, Star Fox. He hasn't had a game in a while. That would be pretty hype. We can't do Metroid because everybody was really upset about Metroid Prime 4. So we can't have Samus do a cameo. Maybe we can do Fox because he's like a little bit niche but not super niche. It's not the same as having like Ness or one of the 5,000 Fire Emblem characters in there. You know what I mean? Like I can envision the discussion. I can envision the meeting in which this decision came to be. And it's like, ugh. I played through and would have 100% at Metroid Prime 4 if I didn't have a glitch make a scan unfindable. By the end of it, I was extremely worried for the future of Metroid. Yeah. I need to finish Vinny's playthrough of it. I got about halfway, and as usual, I got distracted by other things. What was I watching of Vinny? I think I got distracted by Pokopia or something. Not me playing, just watching Vinny. I'm just not interested in the Mario movie at all. Didn't watch the first one and I'm not going to watch this one. I'm interested, just like I said, because I have such an attachment to the soundtrack of all things. It came out while I was studying in Vancouver. I was studying animation at the time. So, well, here's the thing, right? Mario Galaxy and Wall-E came out basically around the same time. And those two things together were kind of a big influence to my art, especially at the time. Maybe not so much anymore, but they did kind of influence the style I like, the vibes I like. It pushed that into a certain direction. So it's not that I really have nostalgia or attachment to the game itself, but the soundtrack and the atmosphere of Mario Galaxy combined with the movie Wall-E had like a big impact on me in terms of design and visuals and sound and things like that. So I'm attached to it from that perspective rather than being like a Nintendo fan or like a Mario fan. The first Mario movie was fine. Yeah, I've got a copy. I just need to sit down and watch it because, again, I'm not a Super Nintendo fan. I'm not a big Nintendo fan, and it doesn't really have that much of a presence in my country. So it's not really a big deal here at all. So I just kind of put it off because I had other things to worry about, in which I wanted to watch more at the time. Is this lo-fi Skyrim music? It's lo-fi Elder Scrolls music, but it does include Skyrim and Morrowind in it. I have to change the description, but it should still be in the description of the stream if you want to check it out. The artist asked, they have like on their channel that if you use their music, you should credit them and things like that. So their name and their channel and everything is linked down below. Now that you say that, Mario Galaxy and Wall-E set to the vibes of a small college apartment on a rainy Vancouver night sounds absolutely chef's kiss. Yeah, I wasn't in an apartment. I rented a room in somebody's house. But yeah, basically that. It was very, very much a very specific window in time, right? And just as a window in time, it influenced a lot of the vibes that I enjoy and the direction that kind of my personal art and design takes. Even though I'm not much of a designer, you can kind of see it to a certain degree, like the incorporation of stars and like brightly colored kind of cartoony stuff, but like space themes mixed with super cartoony, like that kind of mixture is kind of rooted in that specific moment in time when those two things were super popular. So like I said, not super invested in the game, but that doesn't mean I'm not invested in the, I guess, universe / world of Mario Galaxy. I guess they also put Star Fox in it, right? Because it's Mario Galaxy. And they were like, what kind of space things do we have at Nintendo? not Samus. We've kind of thrown the baby out with the bathwater on that one. What other space franchise do we have that people like? Oh, we have Star Fox. I guess we could put that in. That's kind of space, like, you know. Again, I can just picture the discussion in the boardroom, and the imaginary conversation in my head is annoying me. Any new anime you're currently watching? I got copies, I said this earlier, I got a copy of Summertime Rendering, which I'm quite excited to check out. Partially because I really like the music in its ED, and because I really like the way it looks. It has like top of the range animation going on there. Like the way the characters move and everything, it looks so good. So I'm like, yeah, I'll check this out. And then I checked on my anime list, and it has like, I think it's got like an 8.5 out of 10, which is unheard of. So that also kind of, you know, twisted my arm to checking it out. So I haven't watched it, but that is one that's like waiting for me. You know, I've got it pulled up on the laptop. It's like right there. The other thing I've really been into is I was revisiting Serial Experiments Lane, because I watched Dungeon Chill's video on the PS1 game, and he talks about the anime in that game, in that video, and it just kind of reminded me how good Serial Experiments Lane is. So that's also kind of been an anime that's been on my mind, but I've watched it before. I've seen Serial Experiments Lane maybe like 4 times now, and apparently my 2 close friends, Dana and my other friend, who I don't know whether she likes me saying her name out loud, but my other very good friend, neither of them have seen Serial Experiments Lane. And I'm like, what do you mean you've never seen Serial Experiments Lane? That's like a hallmark of anime weebdom of the late 90s. That's like up there. It's like one of the 5 anime that everybody saw, because that's all we had in the late 90s. It was Cowboy Bebop, it was Serial Experiments Lane, it was Trigun, and did we have Eva? Did we even have Evangelion back then? I know it was released, but I don't know whether it had made any impact in the West yet. It might have, but I don't remember it being really discussed as much. But yeah, like how did that pass over you? That's so confusing to me. We didn't even have that many anime at the time. Serial Experiments Lane is weird in a stimulating way. You know what? That is the best way to describe that anime. It's weird in a stimulating way. It's really the only way you can describe Lane. Lane is like one of those anime where if somebody were to ask you what's it about, you just kind of freeze and you're like, because there's no way to explain it to people. It's an anime you basically say, look, you're gonna watch it and you're gonna have a lot of questions. And I just want you to know I don't have answers to those questions. I might know the answers to 1 or 2 things, but the vast majority of the questions you're going to have, I don't have an answer for you. So it's one of those things. It's like, oh, do you recommend it? It's like, yeah, but don't expect me to be able to tell you what's going on, because I can't do that. Technolize is also a good anime with more violence and nihilism. I need to watch Technolize, but I have watched Haibane Renmei. I don't know whether I like Haibane Renmei more than Serial Experiments Lane. Haibane Renmei makes more sense. It's a little easier to understand what's going on. But I think Serial Experiments Lane is the better achievement in terms of like a show, an anime, a piece of art. I think Serial Experiments Lane is kind of the bigger triumph of the 2, even though Haibane Renmei is also very good. Haibane Renmei is very sad though. As much as Lane is a horror anime, technically, Haibane Renmei, I feel, is very sad. It's sad in a very strange way. Again, it's difficult to explain if you haven't seen it. Somehow I never saw DBZ or Sailor Moon, but I have at least seen it in bits and pieces. Lane I've never heard of. That's a tragedy. I need to sit these people down and like Clockwork Orange force them to watch these things. I think I've watched the episode, maybe 2, of Serial Experiments Lane. The character on the box art at least feels familiar. Yeah, the thing is, she was everywhere when that came out. She was literally everywhere. Because it's such a strange thing to look back on, because you rewatch the series and you're like, how on earth did this get popular in a slightly more mainstream way? Because it is so artsy and strange that trying to understand that this is the same anime that got popular with the crowd that enjoyed Cowboy Bebop and things, that's kind of wild to think about. Although I suppose at the time when Lane came out, anime was really only watched by nerds. It wasn't really a popular thing for people to sit down and enjoy as much as it is now. So I suppose Lane is an anime that would be more popular with nerds rather than like a general audience. Because you'll notice, as anime has gotten popular, the shows that get most popular are often just like shonen. Like the most broad cookie cutter shonen is what ends up getting the most popular. Whereas I feel in the late 90s, because it was mostly nerds watching it, a lot of weirder stuff was the popular show because the people watching it were nerds. And they tend to have weirder tastes than, you know, the basic audience member. I'm currently seriously considering whether or not to go to college to learn animation. Yeah, it's a huge commitment, is what I will say. If you want to do it, you should do it. But you have to be aware that it's a huge commitment of time, of energy, of your life. And it is a career path that does kind of consume your life, which in my case is a good thing because I love animation, but for other people that might be a bad thing. It just depends like who you are as a person. Pokemon the original series, the theme song is one that will live on anime fandom forever. Yeah, as I was saying, I was watching these like anime OP and ED reaction videos, right? And what they'll do is they'll pull up these videos of like top favorite anime OPs. And watching these videos, I got a little bit annoyed because every single like top OP, like anime OP video that they would watch, it would always be the same anime, and it would always be like the most popular shonen that came out and everybody watched. And it wouldn't even be that the anime was good. It would just be the most popular one. And every single video had the exact same OPs on it. So it would be like, it would be Naruto, but it would only be the later ones. It would be FMA Brotherhood. It would be Hunter x Hunter. It would be Haikyuu, which I do like Haikyuu. That's not a slight against Haikyuu, but it is super popular. It would be My Hero Academia. It would be Jujutsu Kaisen? I think it's called. I'm bad with names. You know the one. Tokyo Ghoul, Attack on Titan, and Vinland Saga. And it would just be those, like, over and over again. And then you might get Cruel Angel's Thesis from Evangelion in there, simply because they probably feel obligated to add it. And Cowboy Bebop, because it's Cowboy Bebop. But those would be like the only quote-unquote old anime shows that would be part of those compilations. And I'd be like, this isn't really a video about the best anime OPs. This is a video of basic, most popular shonen that everybody watched. And that's really kind of disappointing to see. As somebody who never really got into shonen, I realized I don't think there's been a single shonen that really grabbed me. I don't think Dragon Ball Z counts because I read the manga. I didn't watch the show too much. I watched the abridged series. I didn't read the manga. I didn't watch the unabridged show. I watched it up until Frieza, and then, and then when Frieza got defeated and the show kept going, that's kind of where I fell off. But I watched a lot of the abridged series, and then I read the manga. But I don't think there's ever really been a shonen anime that I've really clicked with at all, ever. And not from lack of exposure, because I remember when I was like 14, a friend of mine showed me the first 3 episodes of Naruto, and I was not into it. And this was before it became like super popular. It had basically just aired, and I wasn't into it. I was like, no, this isn't for me. So that kind of just set the tone. I feel like every time we talk about anime, I just show how little I know about anime. I'm such a noob at this that I don't even know what shonen means. Shonen is, it's not a genre, it's a demographic. Shonen is Naruto blasphemy. Shonen is Japanese. It literally means young boy. And what it means is a shonen anime is an anime that's usually made for a male audience between the ages of 12 and 18. And it sounds very specific, but it's a very broad encompassing bunch of shows, but they all kind of aim for that demographic. And you have other anime outside of shonen, like you have seinen, which I tend to like more, which is aimed at men over 18. And that's not over 18 in terms of like adult content. It just means that the storytelling is a little bit more mature and it deals with slightly more darker themes or more complex storytelling, whereas shonen tends to be very simplistic in its storytelling. It can be well done. Like One Piece is a shonen, and One Piece is very, very well done. But that doesn't change the fact that One Piece is a shonen. Whereas something like Berserk is a, I don't know whether Berserk counts as a seinen or if Berserk is just kind of its own thing. But Berserk is not a shonen at all. Berserk is definitely more like a seinen. And the baseball anime I've mentioned before, Big Wind Up, that's a seinen. It's not a shonen. Just it tends, like I said, shonen focuses on a very specific demographic within a specific age group. And that tends to be what becomes the most popular. And the reason it becomes the most popular is because it has the best sales in terms of merchandising. And that's not me being cynical, that's literally the gimmick. Is young men between the ages of 12 and 18 have a lot more disposable income than men older than that, because men older than that tend to have jobs and families and things like that. So shonen tend to have much bigger push because in marketing and stuff, because they make a lot of money. They make an obscene amount of money. And that's also why they tend to get pushed in the West more. It's why they get dubs very, very quickly and all of that. That's kind of where the whole thing falls into. But shonen, it tends to follow a very specific formula. That's the word I'm looking for. Even if it's not always a battle story, it's not always like My Hero Academia or Hunter x Hunter or things like that. They do tend to follow a very specific writing pattern. And they always tend to be like over 100 episodes. And it's just not really something that's my bread and butter when it comes to anime. I blame it on the fact that I grew up with OVAs. The first anime I ever saw was probably Megazone 2-3 Part 3 or Blood the Last Vampire and the Pat Labor movie. Like, that's the kind of stuff that introduced me to anime. So shonen is just not my genre, for lack of a better term. Also, why is my video buffering? Come on. Let me know if you guys can hear me. My video, it says here my health is excellent. I don't know why it's buffering. Hopefully it figures itself out. I'll read the chat in the meantime. I need to go through the list of anime that was shown on Toonami over the years, both the daytime Toonami and late night Toonami blocks. I know there's a lot of shows I watched and have forgotten now. Yeah, I'm concerned about this thing buffering over here. Maybe I should just take a drink of water while it's doing that, and I can see if I've actually lost signal or not. Because I don't see chat moving either. That's my concern here. Let me move this here in Streamlabs. I have now learned that shonen means. Thank you. No worries. Okay, I can see the chat moving in Streamlabs. So this might just be a YouTube thing. Let me know, guys, while I take a swig of this. Here we go. Unfortunately, Chainsaw Man is a shonen. Really? I would have thought that'd be a seinen by its content. I feel the show is more than the sum of its parts, and I try to explain how I see the show, and people look at me like, that's not what it's about, Dana, go home. Why is this still buffering? Well, the chat's moving. You can hear me? Okay, cool. I'm just going to ignore it then. It's on YouTube's side. Maybe it's this tab that's crashed. But that means the stream is still going, so that's fine. Let me pause this and play this. And let me change... No, not fan funding. Live chat. Come on. You can do it. Okay. Maybe that's fixed it. I hope it's fixed it. It's fine and functioning right now, but your audio's popping and your voice has gotten garbled once or twice. Something for the future? Maybe. But as long as we're moving, it's okay. Just keep me up to date with that. We watched My Neighbor Totoro at school when I was in grade 4, I think. That makes sense, because My Neighbor Totoro, that's an interesting one, right? Because My Neighbor Totoro was made... was made to be a double feature with Grave of the Fireflies, which I have not watched, and I don't really plan to watch it anytime soon. But the thinking was, they play Grave of the Fireflies first, and then they play My Neighbor Totoro. And if you watch My Neighbor Totoro like through that lens, it makes a lot of sense. Because My Neighbor Totoro is really light-hearted and really like recaptures innocence, and it has a sense of nostalgia about it because it takes place in the 50s and all that. And if you have just watched Grave of the Fireflies, then My Neighbor Totoro is definitely the kind of the healing anime you need afterwards, the palate cleanser. So I think My Neighbor Totoro, that is something you could like watch in like grade 4 and be fine, because it's not that it was made for children per se, but it was made with the intent of being soothing to watch. And the reason for that is because it's the double feature to Grave of the Fireflies. Chainsaw Man was technically serialized in Shonen Jump, so it's a shonen, technically. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's like another topic, because Shonen Jump is an, it's a magazine aimed at that age group. But does that mean that everything within Shonen Jump is automatically a shonen? Because that's an entire conversation of itself. I think this hand is a little bit big. Might have to make this a bit smaller and squash it down just a little bit. There we go. Actually, yeah, that's fine. I think I just made this palm a little big. Do that and just kind of... There we go. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, that's another discussion. Is something a shonen just because it was published in Shonen Jump? Because The Ancient Mage's Bride was published in a shonen magazine. I don't think it was Jump. I think it was another one. But that was published in a shonen magazine. So does that mean The Ancient Mage's Bride is a shonen? Because I feel that The Ancient Mage's Bride is very much more a shoujo, which is young girls. So yeah, that's also a discussion. Is like, is something a shonen just because of the magazine it was published in? And there are people who will say yes, and there are people who will say no. It just depends. I might have to just bring her arm a little bit. I feel like it's a little long. The thing is, if I put it here... Okay, I can put it there. I was just concerned because I don't wanted her hand to cover the Olmu's eyes. She's like covering the Olmu's face, like, please do not see. What do we classify the Ghost Stories dub? We classify it as a masterpiece. That's what we classify it as. The Ghost Stories dub is incredible. That's like up there with the Samurai Pizza Cat's dub. I think the Ghost Stories dub might be better than the Samurai Pizza Cat's dub, but I feel that the Ghost Stories dub is a little more problematic because there's a lot of jokes in there which have not aged very well, shall we say. Okay, I want to see her hair, because her hair is kind of cut off in this image, so I want to see what it looks like here. There we go. We call that the first abridged series. You know what? That's actually a good way to think about it. The Ghost Stories dub is Ghost Stories the abridged series, even though it didn't abridge anything and it just dubbed the entire show directly. The English dub of Crayon Shin-chan. Oh, don't get me started. I tried to watch the English dub of Crayon Shin-chan because I heard it was very different than the original. And I got like 2 episodes in and I couldn't do it anymore. Because what they did was they tried to make Crayon Shin-chan to be like Family Guy. And it really robs the show of a lot of its charm and like what makes it likable. And just kind of makes all the characters really mean-spirited. And it like adds a bunch of really stupid jokes which weren't there in the original. And aren't funny. And are just edgy for the sake of being edgy. And it's just very bad. And I stopped watching it as a result. And I'm like, this is awful. I hate this. I'm not going to watch it anymore. We can thank Ghost Stories for much tougher guidelines for dubs. I don't know. Well, yes, I was about to say, yeah, no, Samurai Pizza Cats definitely came out before Ghost Stories. Because Samurai Pizza Cats, that's another one where they didn't have the script, the original Japanese script for Samurai Pizza Cats when they were meant to dub it. And because they didn't have the script, they didn't know what any of the plot lines were supposed to be because they didn't have anything written down or translated. So the dubbers just kind of made up their own plots based on the visuals. And it's really funny as a result because they got a bunch of comedians to just kind of write jokes per episode. And it's amazing. An anime Family Guy, that actually sounds kind of fun. It's not. It's not. It's very bad. Because it's not that it's Family Guy, it's that it's trying to be Family Guy. And those are 2 very different things. Because Family Guy is one thing, but a show that's... You know what you get when you get a show trying to be Family Guy? You get Velma. That's what happens. Velma saw Family Guy and was be like, oh yeah, we can do that. And that's how we got Velma. So that's why a show trying to be a Family Guy is 1,000 times worse than just Family Guy on itself. A show trying to be Family Guy is also how you get friggin' Family Gal. I think that's what it is called. That like, I know Vinny reacted to it. It's the funniest thing I'd ever seen. I think it was called Family Gal. Do you know they removed it from YouTube? I'm so upset about that. Somebody archived it on the archive, but the original uploader deleted Family Gal from YouTube, and that's very upsetting because it's like, dude, why would you do that? You would get so much more money if you just left it up. Do what Tommy Wiseau did. Just leave it up, let people have their fun, and rake in the money. Like, who cares if you're a laughingstock? You're making hand over fist over here. What's the problem? You also get American Dad. Yeah. Is American Dad... I was going to say, is it worse than Velma? But I already know the answer is no, because nothing is worse than Velma. I don't know. Like, I want to say the Cleveland show, but from what I've heard, the Cleveland show isn't that bad. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It's just kind of meh. I like American Dad more than Family Guy. Yeah. And you get that animated version of the British royal family. Oh, Lord, the Prince. Where Prince George is modeled after Stewie. Didn't bother remembering the title because why? Yeah, I only know the title because I was looking up another terrible animated show to compare to Velma. And I ended up going with Alan Gregory rather than the Prince. Because even acknowledging the Prince is giving it too much attention. Like, the Prince, it deserves nothing. It deserves no attention. It deserves no jokes. It deserves nothing because unlike Alan Gregory, which I know it's like based off the comedian himself or whatever, but the Prince is based off a real child, and it's really like weird and kind of not okay and just kind of puts a bad taste in your mouth. So no, I went with Alan Gregory because I felt unclean mentioning the Prince. So American Dad wasn't so hateful of its own characters. That's what I heard, but I heard as a result, it kind of struggles in the comedy department. Because even though Family Guy is really hateful towards its characters, I feel from what I've heard, because I've only seen a little bit of American Dad, I've heard that people who really like Family Guy say that American Dad kind of falls flat in terms of being funny, which is a problem. Is that the weird show about the royal family that tried to be edgy? I think JXI reviewed it. Not a good show. Yeah, it's that one. I know that Jay reviewed it. I have not had the courage to watch Jay's video about it just because it looked so bad in every single way possible, and I didn't know whether I would have the strength. And I mean, that's coming from me, who's watched both seasons of Velma and the Halloween special. And I took one look at the prince and I'm like, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know. I'm not strong enough, Sam. But yeah, it's that one. I'd rather just mention Alan Gregory because Alan Gregory is terrible, but at least it's not based on a real person. It's not based on a real child, right? It's just kind of it's bad, but it's not crossing a line. I don't trust people who really like Family Guy. The thing about Family Guy is it does have jokes that work. I just feel like I think it tries too much to have coherence to it, whereas I feel it's at its best when it just kind of ignores the fact that it's meant to be a sitcom and just has jokes. I feel that's kind of when it works. But it's always the worst when it tries to make you care about its characters. And it's like, dude, you can't have these characters say some of the worst things imaginable and then also make me try and care about them. Velma makes the same mistake, ironically enough, because I mentioned that at the end of episode 9, where something happens and the show is trying to be dramatic, and I'm like, am I supposed to care? You've spent this entire show being irreverent and telling me I shouldn't be taking anything seriously, and you're expecting me to care right now? That's kind of the same problem Family Guy has, where it tries to make you not take anything seriously and then expects you to care about the characters. And it's like, dude, I can't. You've conditioned me not to. The Simpsons had jokes that work. The Simpsons actually makes you care about the characters. Some episodes are not great, but at least in The Simpsons, you have attachment to the characters as characters. They're not just mouthpieces. There's at least something going on there. And I think that's kind of the kicker, is you can't keep joking haha, look at these losers. They have emotions. They care about things. What idiots. And then tell us to care about your characters. It's like, dude, what do you want from me? I think Family Guy in the early seasons had standout episodes, but past that, it's so painful. Yeah, I think as well, that's kind of where I stopped paying any attention to it, because Family Guy is actually banned in my country. You can buy it on DVD here, but it's not allowed to be broadcast. I think there's one channel owned by Fox here. I think that's the only channel in the entirety of South Africa that's actually allowed to air Family Guy. But I think the show is just banned from broadcast. I don't think, none of the SABCs are allowed to show it. I don't think ETV is allowed to show it. Mnet, I don't think Mnet is allowed to show it. Yeah. So there might be some channel buried in the satellite system somewhere that has it playing these days, but as a whole, it's just banned here. It's fully banned from being broadcast. I think so. Let me double check just before I start spreading misinformation, which I don't want to do. It was at a stage, though. I know for a fact it was. Here we... okay, no. Banned or... Here we go. 2015. Let me check this website instead of just listening to the AI. Bands, Okay, no, this is like a full presentation. Blah, blah, blah. In some countries, like Russia, Egypt, Iran, South Africa, Taiwan, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines, the entire series is banned, yes. So yeah, it's still banned here. Family Guy is banned from broadcast in South Africa. You can buy it. If you want to watch it, you can get the DVDs, but yeah, not allowed on TV. As far as I know, because I'm not going to try and dig it out now, I think it's due to blasphemous content. I think. I'm not sure. It might be due to sexual content. I'm trying to think, because South Africa is very big on freedom of speech. We are not big into censorship at all, for obvious reasons. So I would have to look into the exact reasoning. Because yeah, we don't really ban shows here anymore because of our history, and we have a bad history of having banned absolutely everything in the 80s, that we tend not to ban things anymore. But for some reason, Family Guy was the one show they pointed at and was like, yeah, this one is not allowed. Like South Park has aired here since I was 13. South Park is apparently fine, but Family Guy is where they drew the line and were like, nah, this one is not coming through. I think even old Family Guy had a lot of jokes that really didn't age well. And unlike something like Ghost Stories, I think they weren't really joking on some of them. Yeah, that's the problem with Family Guy. It gets to a point where you don't know how much of it is meant to be a joke, because Seth MacFarlane also uses the show to be like his soapbox so often. And so it does the thing that Velma does, where it's like, no, I don't really think these things. It's a joke. It's all a joke. But then other times it uses the show itself as a soapbox, and I'm supposed to take it seriously. And I'm like, okay, so where's the line? What am I supposed to take seriously? And what parts are you just, it's just a prank, bro, or whatever. Like, how am I supposed to differentiate? And you can't tell me, oh, all the times it looks bad, I didn't mean it. And all the times it's based, that's when I meant it, because that's not how that works. Thoughts on South Park? When I was like 12 or 13, I was obsessed with South Park, mostly because I was 12 and 13. But these days, I don't know, I haven't watched it in literal years. I think it's fine. I will say though, their satire / parody of Kathleen Kennedy is probably one of the most on point things I've ever heard. Like, they absolutely dragged her, and in a way where they kind of just hyperinflated behaviors and things that she has said without like putting words in her mouth. You know what I mean? Like, they just took the actual way she is and turned it up to a cartoonish degree. They didn't like invent things for her to say or do. They just took what she already does and then made fun of her for it. And that's why she got so upset, is because they hit the target, if you know what I mean. It was like bullseye. That, you know, oh, you're upset because we were accurate. Okay, got it. And yeah, I feel like a lot of the time South Park isn't great because I feel it's kind of forced. It has to be topical. And I feel like very often what's topical is not particularly interesting or funny. But then now and then they'll hit on something that it just is so good and so on point that you have to respect them for it. Like the Kathleen Kennedy thing, which is genius. It's so good and so on point. Even if it's not funny per se, it's at least accurate. There should be a parody of South Park called North Park, where they're devout, God-fearing people. Isn't that just, Dana, what's that, if you're still in chat, Dana, what's that show you like? The one you told me about? If I knew the name of it, this would have been a funny reference. King of the Hill is a show I hate as a kid, but I love as an adult. I need to give that another chance. The show I like, yeah, the one that, Moral Oral. Thank you, Rancid. So my joke is, isn't what you described North Park, devout God-fearing people, isn't that just Moral Oral, the anti-South Park? There was a weird Arabic South Park knockoff. I think it was from Kuwait. There's been like weird South Park knockoffs since South Park came out. I mean, that's what the Nut Shack is, right? The Nut Shack is so desperate to be South Park. I mean, friggin' Footy Cootie had a South Park like satire in the middle of it, which is really funny. I can't imagine watching Footy Cootie and you're like somebody who doesn't know South Park. You just like say hypothetically that this person exists. And then you see that part in Footy Cootie and you're like, what the hell is going on? Why did I remind you of the Nut Shack? The Nut Shack is never that far from my thoughts. Specifically, the theme song is never that far from my thoughts. That's like, the what? Oh, Sketchy Sam, you need to look up the Nut Shack. Your life will be changed. Arthur, of all things, did a South Park parody. Really? That's kind of amazing. The last thing of South Park I engaged with was those two games, Stick of Truth and Fractured But Whole. I haven't played Snow Day yet. I heard Stick of Truth is actually like really good. It's like a really well done game, so much so that when it came out, I know a lot of people were lauding it like the curse of franchise, like licensed games have been broken because Stick of Truth was so good. I remember that quite clearly. I have played Stick of Truth. It's really good. Yeah, everybody tells me it's good. And I've seen people who are super fans of the show and they're like, it's amazing. And I've seen people who've only kind of watched the show now and then, and they say, no, it's just a good game. It's fun to play. Canada has its own PG variant on South Park. It's titled Chili Beach and it's got 3 seasons. Really? That's interesting. I should look into that. Like I said, unfortunately, when I think South Park a ripoff, I think of things like Nut Shack or Family Gal. That's going to be like the go-to in my head every single time is Family Gal. Because it's Family Gal. Family Gal is like apocalyptic in how bad it is. It like reaches a state of nirvana, just how terrible that show is. If you haven't seen Family Gal, even though it's been deleted off YouTube, Vinny did a reaction of it for charity a few years ago. And it is hilarious. I think Joel was the first guy who found it, and then he made Mike watch it, and then Mike made Vinny watch it. So like it's just that like group of streamers like all torturing each other, making them watch Family Gal. Somehow that feels very Canadian. Yeah, I was about to say like just a South Park ripoff called Chili Beach. That feels very Canadian animation. I haven't played Fractured But Whole though, but the gameplay didn't appeal to me as much. Yeah, I think that ironically, Fractured But Whole kind of shoots itself in the foot by being a direct parody of Marvel. I feel that kind of really limits what you can do with it. Whereas the Stick of Truth, even though it was fantasy, you know, making fun of fantasy, that was kind of meta in a way because it was also making fun of being the fact that it was an RPG. But I just feel there's like a lot more you could do with it being a fantasy ripoff than being a Marvel superhero ripoff. That just kind of feels very limiting to me. I mean, you can do it, but it does feel like you're boxing yourself into one very specific style of satire. And if you're not going to hit the mark, it's going to be very difficult, especially for a video game, which isn't just like an hour or an episode. It's like multiple hours back to back. Because at least with something like an anime that's making fun of superheroes, you can watch one episode of it at a time. But with a video game, you're going to do multiple hours back to back. So it just feels like a style of satire that's going to wear out its welcome very quickly. I remember Chili Beach existing, but I still have no idea what it's about. Let me look what it looks like. Let me see. Chili Beach. Oh, yeah, you can tell this is... Oh, good lord. Good lord. Hold on, I have to grab this image. look at this. Oops. Chat, look at this. Just look at this. What in the new grounds albino black sheep is this? What is this? It looks like elf bowling. It looks like a Flash game from the mid-2000s. That is the most Newgrounds I have ever seen a show look. Look straight out of 2005. Yeah, exactly. It's got that feel to it. Yeah, it's like using like the absolute most saturated colors in the entire world. Like, I bet this has to be made in Flash. There is no way this is not made in Flash. Hold on. This I need to know. There's no way this is Toon Boom. It does. Animated Flash site on the web. Okay. See, I'm so good. I tell you. I can sniff these things out. I can just tell. Y'all got me swearing in Quebec French even. Like tabernacle. It looks like something from Cool Maths games. Yeah, it looks like something from Albino Black Sheep. It looks like something from Newgrounds. It looks like something that Only Plays would make fun of. And like reference every episode, and nobody would know what the hell Only Plays is talking about. I could make that in Toon Boom easily. Probably. Like, unironically, probably. You could probably do that in like a video editor if you really try hard. Like, you don't need an animation program. You could probably just do that in an editor. At least in like Filmora, because Filmora gives you like keyframes and stuff, so you could probably do that. If it's made in Flash, easily you could make it in like Filmora or something. You could do it in Blender. You can 1000% do it in Blender. You will be surprised the witchcraft that my friend is able to make Blender do in terms of 2D animation. I need to like look into Blender's 2D capabilities more, because apparently they're really good. My friend, I think, uses it mostly for special effects, but he has done like certain 2D projects in Blender. So I know it can do 2D, but I think it has a very strange approach to it. I think it's like OpenToons, where OpenToons, I mean, it's a 2D program, but it's so specific in how it handles that it's difficult to get a grasp on because it's so kind of its own thing. I use OpenToons these days because I don't want to give Adobe or Toon Boom any money. Yeah, I feel that. I mainly, in a professional sense, I use TV Paint. But I think that's mainly because of the clients we work with, which are usually European. So TV Paint is what I'm mostly familiar with. TV Paint is more catered towards frame-by-frame animation, though. I think it can do cutouts. I'm actually not sure. It probably can. But it is way more catered towards frame-by-frame animation. Which works for me because I vastly prefer working with frame-by-frame more than I do cutouts. I actually don't like doing cutouts that much. I can use it, and there are certain ways in which cutout can make your life easier, but I have found with cutout, most of the time when I'm dealing with cutout, I'm just sitting there going, man, I wish I could draw this instead. I think I talked about this last time as well, where it gets to a point where I'm like, man, if I could just draw this instead of trying to make cutout do what I want, this would go so much easier. Do that. Do that. What time is it? I feel like I was a little over-ambitious with this drawing, but it's fine. We're going to finish it. We're going to keep streaming right until the end. If you want to use OpenToons that isn't... Oh, Toma 2D is more user-friendly if you want to use OpenToons that isn't so cryptic. Yeah, because I tried OpenToons, but it's so difficult. The learning curve is so high. It's one of those programs where it's like you need like a Bible-sized user manual to know how to just handle the UI, because it's so weird and so specific to how it works. And it's built in-house for the Ghibli guys, and they don't care about anyone outside of Ghibli being able to use it. So that's why it's like that. It's like, no, they didn't make it to be a software to be sold and used by people. They made it to be used within Ghibli. So we don't care if other people can't figure out how to use it because it wasn't made for them. CBC let a lot of Flash content pass the radar in the 2000s for Saturday morning programming. I also recall Maple Shorts and Yamroll. Not familiar with those, but I do remember the Flash era of cartoons. That was a dark period, man. I understand that Flash has its place and you can do a good-looking show with Flash, but man, did a lot of cartoons that were airing on television just look terrible because it was made using Flash. I'm trying to think of like an example of a good show that was made with Flash, and literally the only one I can think of is My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. Like, unironically, I think that's like the one show that really knew how to use Flash and make it look good. And I don't know, did they use Flash all the way up until the last season, or did they switch to Toon Boom? I think they used Flash, but I don't know, because Flash was on its last legs by that point. It just keeps streaming. If you want quality TV from the 2000s, watch Nanaland. Nanaland, that's a weird show. It's very strange. Nanaland feels like a late 90s show that somehow escaped containment and like ran off to Canada somehow. That's I don't know how to describe it. It's like some weird show that I would have watched as a small child in the 90s, and I would talk to people about as an adult, and literally nobody else would know what the hell I'm talking about. They'd be like, this isn't a real show, what do you mean? And I will swear that it was something I watched and nobody would believe me. Like, that's what Nanaland feels like, despite the fact that it's quite popular and a lot of people know what it is. It reminds me of like, what was the show? I think it was Canadian or Australian that I watched as a kid, and for the longest time I didn't know if it was actually real or not. I knew it was deep down, because I'm like, I remember the catchphrases, I remember the theme song, but nobody else talks about it. So I also don't know whether I just dreamed it or what it was. It was I'm gonna have to look it up. Give me a sec, because it's gonna bother me if I don't look it up. 90s live action TV show. If I don't get it in this first search, I'm just going to abandon it because I don't want to derail the entire thing. No, it wasn't Quantum Leap. It's just giving me Quantum Leap as a result. It wasn't Quantum... Oh, that's what it was. AJ's Time Travelers. It was AJ's Time Travelers, and I watched that a lot. And it's one of those shows where you bring it up to people. It's like, hey, have you seen AJ's Time Travelers? And they're like, what the hell are you talking about? And I'm like, I swear it's real. I watched it. There's like one specific live action show that's specifically focused on art. And to this day, I don't know what it was called. I don't know. I know that was a real show. I know for a fact it was real and not something I dreamed. But I have never been able to find anything about it. Like what it was called, who made it, what country it was from. Art Attack? No. It's similar to Art Attack, but it's different, because I remember the vibe being quite different to Art Attack. I'll have to check like all the episodes of Art Attack. Maybe I just caught like one very esoteric one where they did something very experimental, because it was the 90s and that just kind of happened every now and then. But I don't think it was Art Attack, because I remember looking up Art Attack and being like, no, this isn't it. Maybe it was like, and part of the Eyewitness series, like one that focused on art or something like that. Ultimate Tiebreaker. Who were we drawing? We are drawing Nausicaä because Brian asked for her, because it's Brian's birthday in 2 days. Oh, I need to finish her nose. So that's who we're drawing. We were talking about the amazing digital circus, because I feel like that has to be kind of the focus of my next video, just because I'm sick of talking about Velma. You guys are sick of hearing about Velma. And I am going to make the Daikon 4 video, but I feel that I should do something which will help my poor channel a little bit more, because I don't want it to tank in the algorithm. But I had already drawn 2 amazing digital circus characters, so instead of drawing another one, we're drawing Nausicaä. Somebody did ask for Ragatha. Maybe we'll do that next time, if I remember. If I don't remember, just remind me. Maybe we can do Ragatha next. I always wondered, speaking of, it's kind of on topic with what we were talking about. There was a show in the 90s called Bump in the Night, which was a stop motion show. And part of me wonders whether Ragatha is based slightly on Mollycoddle. Where's this is as good a picture as any, I suppose. Copy this image, go back here, go back here. She might not be, because I mean, how many ways can you interpret a Raggedy Ann doll, right? But I did look at Ragatha and I'm like, that kind of reminds me of Mollycoddle, but I'm not sure. Like I said, there's only so many ways you can interpret a ragdoll character, so this might just be me, and like that character design sticks in my head because Bump in the Night was such a weird show, and you do not forget Bump in the Night if you've seen it. But I mean, it's possible, right? And unfortunately, Gooseworks has made the correct decision and shut down her asks and made herself very difficult to contact. So it's not like I can just send her an ask on Tumblr and ask her, because the fan base for the Amazing Digital Circus is awful, and she made herself a little bit too accessible, you know? Like, it was way too easy for fans to send her asks and to interact with her directly through social media and Reddit and all that. And there wasn't a healthy distance between her and her fandom. And as a result, she shut down her asks, and you just really can't ask her things anymore, and I do not blame her. But it does mean that I can't ask her whether Ragatha is based on Mollycoddle at all. There's a show that I remember now. Oh, you mean Bump in the Night? Yeah. That's a show. I don't think I liked it as a child because it's kind of scary, right? But you keep watching it because it's intriguing, and I think it was because it was stop motion. And as a child, not many shows were stop motion, and so it was kind of scary and creepy, and it had a weird animation style, so you didn't really like it, but you kept watching it anyway. CBC had a hilarious stop-motion series titled What's It Like Being Alone? 1 season, 13 episodes, and I loved every deranged second of it. I'm gonna have to look that up because that sounds like my kind of weirdness. Does Fish Adam remember PJ Katie's Farm? It sounds familiar to me, but I also can't place it directly. The thing is also with South African television, we only bought cartoons and stuff from other countries, right? And sometimes they would be older shows, sometimes they would be current shows, sometimes they would be Australian, sometimes they'd be British, sometimes very now and then they'll be American. But it was such a hodgepodge of programming that it can be a little bit difficult for me to really nail down what I was watching, because it was just kind of this blend of everything from everywhere to a certain degree. You have like Heidi, which is a massively popular show here, specifically the 1970s Heidi of the Alps, directed by Isao Takahata, because it was dubbed into Afrikaans. It's like one of my country's most popular cartoons of all time. And then at the same time, you have like Samurai Pizza Cats, and then you have like AJ's Time Travelers. And then you have like that weird Australian made-for-TV movie about the twins where one of them is an alien and the other one isn't. That one stuck with me. It's such a weird movie. And I got, before Gravity Falls finished airing, it really reminded me a lot of that movie. I'm saying that movie, I'm being vague, but again, terrible with names. I can remember visuals and I can remember music, but don't ask me to remember titles and names. I'm curious on Poppy the Performer, because I really do like Digital Circus a lot, so I want to look at the direct inspirations. Yeah, I looked at the visuals for Poppy Performer. I'm not sure if it's my kind of thing, because it kind of reminds me of that weird Japanese PS2 game, which you see a lot of people play because it just looks odd because it was made by like a graphic designer. And it kind of reminds me of that. And I'm not really on board with that game. So I don't know whether I'd be on board with the inspiration for Digital Circus. I can't believe I haven't heard of any of these Canadian cartoons. Maybe I was just at the right age to be on YouTube a lot at the cartoon age, but I didn't really watch a lot of cartoons. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I grew up as a small child. It was before the internet, and then the internet really became big in the late 90s. And by that stage, South Africa had gotten Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon and all of that. So then I kind of fell into, shall we say, the more well-known stuff like Powerpuff Girls and Dexter's Lab and all of that. But before that is when we got all the weird stuff. Seaman? No, not Seaman. What is this thing called? I'm Googling a lot of things today. If I type in weird Japanese PS2 game, do you think it'll just know what I'm talking about? Yes, it did. Good lord. Super Galdelic Hour. That one. Galdelic. Super Galdelic Hour. Look it up. That's the one. The Game Grumps did a playthrough of it, The Game Grumps played it a few years ago, which isn't entirely how I learned about it, but I think that is where I first saw the most gameplay footage of it. It's basically like a what's it, Dead or Alive volleyball game, but not. Is this a Happy Tree Friends of anime from the early 2000s? You know what, it might as well be. Dana's just like, oh. But no, it looks like it should be on the Dreamcast, but no, it's a PS2 game. I don't know whether it had a Dreamcast release as well. It feels like it should. Okay, people are looking it up. I'm going to put it on screen as well, just so that people can see what the hell I'm talking about, in case they're like on replay or they don't feel like looking up Geldic. Let's put it over Mollycoddle. This is... that's a really big picture. This is whatever the hell... Geldic Hour. What's it called again? I just saw it. Super Geldic Hour. Yeah. And it's just this. It's just like this. And the whole game looks like this. And it's kind of insane. Geldic. How do you spell Geldelic? Geldelic Hour. I'm trying to get a screenshot of what the game looks like. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here we go. See, this is why I say it reminds me of the inspiration to Digital Circus, because like the whole game just looks like this. Like all of it looks like this. And yeah, whatever the game is that inspired Digital Circus, it just reminds me of that. And I'm like, I don't know. Looks like the game developers need to ask themselves some questions. Yeah, like I get really annoyed when people are like, well, it's Japan, what do you expect? They're just weird over there, as if America is normal. But then games like Super Geldelic Hour exist and can only be explained by going, yeah, it's Japanese. And I hate that that explains it, because it reinforces a stereotype I hate. But at the same time, like, what else am I supposed to call it? I vaguely remember the Grumps playing this. Yeah, it's a lot. Digital Circus reminds me a lot of Kids Picks, if anything else. Yeah, like, I feel that in the first episode, it had that art style where it was much more leaning into being like a early kind of CG looking show. But as the episodes have gone along, they've obviously gotten a bigger budget and their lighting and rendering has gotten better, which I'm actually not super fond of, because I do feel like it gets overly realistic to a certain degree, where I think I said this to Dana. It makes me think of like a video game that was made by plopping in the models into a scene that was bought off the Unreal Engine asset store. Like, that's what it looks like. And as a result, even though it looks that way because it has a bigger budget, it makes the show look a little cheap. And I'm not the biggest fan of it. I wish they would have gone with a slightly more scaled back look to the lighting and rendering and textures and such of the show, because I feel it being more detailed has actually kind of degraded the art style that the show was going for. But that's just me, and I'm sure people will disagree. In fact, I know they will disagree because I know that there are people out there who feel that the more realistic a lighting engine looks, the quote-unquote better the animation is, which that's not the same thing. Lighting and animation are not the same thing, but people will use them interchangeably, which is its own kettle of fish. That's like a big pet peeve of mine, when people look at something and they'll be like, oh, look at how good the animation is, and it's like a still frame. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Animation is specifically movement. What do you mean, look at the good animation and it's a JPEG? That's not what that means. It drives me crazy. Like, this is like one of those big things that drives me insane. Or like when they have an image of Toy Story 1 next to Toy Story 4, and they'll be like, look at how much better animation has gotten over the years. And the animation itself is the same quality. It's really high quality. And the thing that's improved is literally just the rendering engine and the lighting engine. And I'm just sitting there like a character in The Office, like staring directly into the camera. Have I ever seen anything from Monsters by Mistake? It's the most hideous looking CG show. Well, now I have to look it up. Monsters by Mistake. Let's see. Let's have a look. Oh, this is bad. Oh, oh no. Oh, no. I kind of need to watch this now. Why did you tell me about this? Why did you inform me of this? Why did you tell me about this? I'm gonna have to watch at least one episode now. I can't let this slide. You can't just make me aware of this and then tell me, yeah, that's the thing that... No, I need to know more. This looks like, what's the Rhapsody Streets Christmas whatever? This reminds me of that in like the worst way. Oh, that's bad. That's terrible. Oh, that's bad. I'm definitely gonna have to watch an episode. I need to know. It actually aired on TV. That doesn't shock me. Some of the things that managed to air on TV is like really insane to me. Scott Cawthon's style. Water maybe? I have no I'm not even gonna try and guess. Depending on when that came out, they might have been trying to go for like a Monsters Inc. thing. Let me see. When did this come out? Because that'll... 1996! Okay, no, so this was way before Monsters, Inc. It's got Tony Rosato as one of the voice actors. Okay, it being 1996 also kind of answers a few questions. So it's not going for like a Monsters, Inc. thing, but that does kind of explain why it looks like that. Like, this was around Reboot. This was around a little bit before the CGI Donkey Kong show. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Since we are looking up weird cartoons, can you look up Dino Monsters? Okay, but then I have to focus on drawing or I'm going to be here until like 3 in the morning. Dino Monsters. Let's see. Oh, I think... Oh, this also looks terrible, but in a brand new and exciting way. Let me grab an image that's not JPEG compression to hell and back. It seems the only place people are talking about this is on Facebook, and as a result, the image quality is just garbage. Okay, here we go. Somebody uploaded a thumbnail to YouTube, so I can copy and paste it without it being like 200 pixels. Yeah, this looks awful in like a completely different way. I appreciate like the Jurassic Park font. I appreciate the Made in America version of Japanime. And I particularly like how all the dinosaurs look like the kind of rubber stored dinosaurs you would get at like the dollar store or whatever your equivalent is in your country. Oh, this is bad. Why on earth would you make a show and you would give the dinosaurs like texture to their skin and like soft shadows and like 3D form, and then you have like cut out, like, what am I looking, cell style. You've got like cell shading on your human characters, but like soft shading and texturing on your dinosaur. That doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. I hate it. I hate it. Now somebody else knows this show exists. Ugh, awful. Awful, awful. This kid looks like he's from a Skechers ad. He's got that very specific style of quote-unquote anime that was prevalent in the 2000s, where a lot of like American/Canadian shows were trying to cash in on what they saw as a fad. So they like have a very specific way of copying anime style, for lack of a better word. And it looks bad, but it always looks bad in the exact same way. It's very learn how to draw manga. And not even the learn how to draw manga that was put out by actual mangaka. I'm talking about the learn how to draw manga books that would be made by Americans. And they're just like the worst thing you've ever seen. And they plagued every single bookstore for like the entirety of the 2000s up until like 2012. Like, it's specifically that. I still love Reboot. Apparently Reboot's writing is good though. I think Reboot, I wasn't really watching Reboot. I don't know whether we got it. We might have. I know that I was really into Beast Wars, which I think is by the same people, but I'm not sure. If not by the same people, I think it's like the same rendering company, you know, where they have like a render farm, even though they're not the studio making the cartoon, they're the ones that are like rendering it. It might be the same people, but I'm not sure. But I was much more into Beast Wars than I would be into Reboot. But I have heard that Reboot has actually good writing as in terms of like being an American or Canadian, because Reboot is Canadian, being a Canadian cartoon. Its writing is apparently like quite up there and interesting, which I believe, because if Beast Wars is made by the same people, which I think it is if I remember correctly, Beast Wars also has pretty good writing. That's why I liked it, because I have impeccable taste. Whenever I look at Reboot, I can't help but think of Cyber Chase. I think I remember Cyber Chase, but the name Cyber Chase is bringing back awful memories of like the 5th and 6th, I think it was, seasons of the Ninja Turtles cartoon. The one that started in 2003. And it was really, really amazingly good for like 4 seasons. And then at season 5, it crashed and burned. And then in season 6 and 7, it crashed and burned further. Because in season 5, they tried to do like anime, where they got like mystical powers. And then season 6 and 7, they went into the internet. And that was the show now, is the Ninja Turtles going into the internet. Like, that's what the word Cyber Chase reminds me of. I used to always watch both when they aired back to back. Yeah. Again, I remember really liking Beast Wars. And I will admit, I watched it as a kid, but I haven't really watched it since. But I did watch Phaelus's video when he was talking about it. And Phaelus is a little biased because he likes Transformers. But I do think what he showcased in his video does kind of show that, no, it was actually a good show. It was well written. The writers did a bang-up job. It had really interesting characters. I still think Dinobot is like one of the more interesting Transformers characters. Maybe it's just because he's the kind of Transformer character that I gravitate towards, but I remember him being like actually well written. Because I always imprint on like a similar style of Transformer in the Transformer shows. Like in Transformers Animated, my favorite character was Prowl, which is pretty on point. I was not super happy with Transformers Animated. I found it extremely mean-spirited. But I did like Prowl, and I thought Prowl was cool. And I didn't get very far in Transformers Prime, but I think Knockout was my favorite in that show. If I remember how far I got, I think Knockout was the one where I'm like, yes, this one is mine. I need a glass of water. I'm struggling here. Black Arachnia? Yeah, Black Arachnia was cool. Yeah, no, she was great. Yeah, I agree. Fizzy water. But I opened it before stream, so it's not exploding in my face when I try and take a drink. Cyberchase was the randomest of random, up to and including its voice cast. Christopher Lloyd, Gilbert Gottfried. That sounds amazing, actually. Do this. I'm not going to be super detailed with the Ormu because otherwise we would be here for 10,000 years. I actually have a 20 anniversary Transformers 10, which is all of Transformers Generation 1. That's cool. What's the current... well, I was about to say something and then a different thought hit me. I still need to read Transformers IDW because I hear those are really good. Because once again, it's one of those cases where the writers were kind of left to their own devices and they ended up making a very good story as a result. And then the other thing I started saying was, what is the current Transformers thing like in terms of what people are watching? Transformers 1 was amazing, by the way, just while we're on the topic. Transformers 1 is like absolutely incredible. It might be the best... No, I was going to say it might be the best animated show of that year, but then I remembered that Wild Robot came out the same year. Actually, no, it's the same year, but I think I like Transformers 1 more. I think, like, I'm rewinding it back in my head, and I think that's what I said. I think I said, I can't believe that The Wild Robot is not the best animated movie I've seen this year, and that the best one I have seen this year is Transformers 1. Yeah, I think that's what it was. The Transformers 1 is incredible, by the way. Transformers 1 is as close to any movie animated I've seen where it feels like I am watching the concept art move on screen, if you know what I mean. Whereas a lot of movies, the concept art looks one way, and the movie, you can kind of see them interpreting the concept art in a way that the 3D software can handle. Transformers 1 just looks like a piece of concept art. It is so detailed. And it is so gorgeous. Say what? Do you mean like me saying Transformers 1 is better than Wild Robot? Because it is. It's Transformers 1. Once again, I am looking things up instead of drawing. We are going to be here until like 3 in the morning. Where's the scene I'm thinking of? There's a specific shot in this movie which absolutely floored me. Screenshot. And I just think Transformers 1 is genuinely an interesting story. Like, it's simplified because it's a children's movie to a certain degree, but it's just really well done. It's just a good story. You know, just because something is made primarily for children doesn't mean that the story is bad. It just means that it delivers its concepts and what it's trying to say in a way that children can understand it. It doesn't mean it has to be stupid. It just means it has to kind of explain itself more clearly. I can't find the screenshot I'm looking for. Maybe I'll paste it in a community post or something. But really, if you haven't seen Transformers 1, you owe it to yourself to watch it. It is phenomenal. And I'm saying that as somebody who isn't like a massive Transformers fangirl. Because, you know, Transformers has a very specific league of fans, especially among girls, who are like hardcore obsessed with Transformers, like where it's like on the same level of Star Trek for them. I'm not one of those people. I like Transformers, but I'm not like a super fan. But Transformers 1 it's so good, and I can highly recommend it, even as somebody who's not super obsessed with the story or the setting or anything like that. It's so incredible. You'd have to go 9.5 more hours to get to 3 a.m. If I keep looking things up on Google, that's what's going to happen. Never underestimate my need to show people cool things. I built an entire YouTube channel around it. I made a YouTube channel so I can tell people, hey, look at this cool thing. Even when I talk about things like Velma, it's just an excuse to talk about other things that I think are cool. Something foreign Transformers? Oh, it's not really that. I do think the best way to describe it is like, it's on the level of Star Trek. But it has a very, very large fan base amongst women and girls. Because Transformers, this might be a controversial statement, but I think Transformers might have the most interesting race of aliens in like a huge popular franchise. Because the Transformers themselves, like when you really dig into the way that the Transformers work as aliens and like their physiology and everything to do with them as a species, it is so unique and specific to Transformers, and it's so interesting. Very few other major franchises bother to develop their alien races in a way that is so far removed from humans. Because the very fact that the Transformers are machines, like so much has to go into play to explain how they work as a species and what planet they come from and all of that, that automatically just so much creativity has to happen to get that to work. And we are now like, what, 50 years into the franchise, and so many people has touched the franchise and added to it that the lore is just fascinating. It's so interesting. And I think that's a big draw of it as well. Beyond just the fact that the characters are interesting and likable and all of that, I think the world itself is what makes it super interesting. Are there girls that like Transformers? Literally all the fans of Transformers I know are girls and women, all of them. Like, I don't know, like dudes who like Transformers, it's like a different breed. And I'm being very binary with that statement, I know. But you know what I mean. Like, there's a specific way that a certain fandom likes a piece of media. And then there's a way that the male demographic like really likes a certain piece of media. Like, I'm thinking Mass Effect specifically. And I am still going to defend Mass Effect 3's ending. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm just mentioning it. A lot of people hated Mass Effect 3's ending. But as I get older and the more people I interact with in the fandom, I'm noticing that most of the people who disliked it are like the dude bro gamers, like Angry Joe, like that kind of person. And it's very different to the fans who are still super into it. You know what I mean? They might have issues with the ending, but it's a different kind of issue where it's not this complaint that I wanted to punch the kid at the end in the face kind of style of criticism. And I feel like the Transformers fan base is in a similar way, where the girls who are fans of Transformers tend to be fans of it in a very different way than the dudes are. And I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of a way to describe it in a way that isn't so binary, because obviously there are people who are fans of Transformers who are not just men or women, you know. Transformers, Transformers, because I saw that joke on Twitter where somebody was complaining about the fact that one of the Transformers changes gender in the comics, and somebody told him, well, it's not called Cisformers, is it? So, no, the fans of Transformers are very big and varied, but I do feel like the dudes who are fans of it in a way that is very different to the way that girls tend to be fans of it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get at the way that people interact with the media, but I'm struggling because the more I'm talking, the more I'm realizing, no, I am thinking of it in a very like black and white binary way, and it might be a little bit more nuanced than that. But then I also remember like Michael Bay Transformers and the people who were fans of Michael Bay's Transformers versus the people who were fans of Transformers before Michael Bay, right? You know what I mean. You know what I'm talking about. Transformers actually has 2 Japanese toy lines. Yeah, there's like the Tomy line, like Tomy, T-O-M-Y, and like the, like Takara. Yes, it's Tomy and Takara, I think, are the 2 Transformers line. Yeah, I'm like, the ending was great. What are people talking about? Yeah. Don't get me started in Mass Effect 3's ending. We'll be here all day. Like, I know the Michael Bay Transformers, so I'm curious to see what it was like before him. Check out Transformers 1. That's the other thing about that movie. If you are like only familiar with the Michael Bay Transformers, Transformers 1 is a very good representation for what Transformers is beyond Michael Bay's contributions. Because I remember when I was checking out the Letterboxd reviews of Transformers 1, one of the most upvoted reviews was somebody who said, actually, let me find it. I'm Googling things again. We're going to be here all night, but I can't stop. It's what I do with my life. Because I don't want to misquote it. Because the way that this person worded it was just so specific. Transformers 1. Where's the part? Here we go, liked reviews. I'll go to all. Here we go. This person who gave it 5 out of 5 stars and said, this movie is like crack fucking cocaine for its target audience. And I think that's honestly the best and only way to describe it, which is accurate. And as a result, I feel like if you are only familiar with Michael Bay's Transformers, then Transformers 1 is an excellent way to introduce yourself to Transformers beyond Michael Bay, because it is specifically made for people who like Transformers but didn't like Michael Bay, because it fully encompasses what Transformers was before Michael Bay. And it like delves a lot more into its lore and the setting and all of that. And unlike Michael Bay, there's no annoying human character. It's just the Transformers. What a novelty. They finally figured out that you don't need to add an annoying human character to a Transformers story for people to like it, except the movie bombed at the box office, which there is no justice in this world. My introduction to Transformers was season 2 of the original cartoon and Bayformers. I was so confused. That's a hell of a contrast. My introduction was Beast Wars, like I said, and I think that's a pretty good introduction, even though it doesn't have any of the canonical characters, really. Like, the Beast War characters, they have flavoring of the original Transformers, but they are supposed to be unique characters. And again, I really like Dinobot, and I think Dinobot, even though he has slight flavorings of Starscream, Dinobot is his own character. He might have started out as a Starscream style character, but he kind of ends as his own person, which is really interesting. No Witwicky, no Witwicky, no annoying child, no little girls, no Shia LaBeouf, no team of teenagers, nothing. It's just the Transformers, and it's amazing, and it's excellent, and it's so well done, and it looks gorgeous, and it's so much fun to watch, and everybody should see it. I don't think I know anything about the 80s show other than they did an episode that was so racist it made Casey Kasem quit. Yeah, I can believe that. I didn't watch the original show, but I have watched all of Felis's videos on it because he's a massive fan of it. It looks like the kind of show where you either had to grow up with it or you have to have like an extreme appreciation of like low budget 80s cartoons made to sell toys. Like, it is a very specific style of show, and if you can't gel with the fact that that's what it is, you're gonna have a hard time enjoying it, because it does that thing where characters appear and get spoken to like they've always been there, and you as the audience member have no idea who this is supposed to be, and this character is only there because it's the new toy, and after the episode you never see them again. It's like, what just happened? Even though I don't know much about Transformers, I remember my brother and I had a few toys themed around them. We had models of Starscream, Bumblebee, and some big blue robot thing. That's kind of amazing because I remember that the Transformers toys were extremely expensive. I think even to this day, they are really pricey, especially like the really high quality ones. It's kind of like Legos, I suppose. Like, you can get a little, like, affordable Lego set, but if you want to know what Lego is actually like and why it's so popular, you have to like shill for one of the very big expensive sets. I feel like Transformers in terms of toy is the same thing, where you kind of need to buy one of the really expensive ones to fully understand why it's popular as a toy range. which is why I am not into the toys. I know I don't have the money, and I don't have the time or energy to invest in a massive franchise like that on a monetary level. I barely have the energy and time to do it like on a intellectual level, just watching things of it. My head is too full of Mass Effect lore to also incorporate Transformers. It's too much. My head will explode. I don't remember what Spoony once said about the Michael Bay Transformers. If I read the script and I get to the teenagers, I'm gonna throw the script in your face. Yeah, I remember Spoony's videos, but he didn't make like structured videos around them. He just kind of ranted about how bad the movies were, because when the Bay movies came out, they were like super popular material for the Nostalgia Critic and the other people from the website to cover, because they were so hated, but they also made so much money. So it was like that perfect balance of being super popular but also extremely hated. So everybody was watching hate content about it. So everybody spoke about it. So I think the Spoony one, he just went to go watch it and then had a rant about it on video with his brother, which I didn't watch those, but it was mainly because back in the day, there wasn't a lot of video content talking about movies and such. So, excuse me, the Nostalgia Critic and James Rolfe and the Spoony one were kind of all that you had. Although, funnily enough, I was watching a relative's house last year and I saw they had a giant Lego Bumblebee model. That sure kept me occupied while I was there. Yeah. I am not surprised that Lego and Transformers have had a crossover. That just doesn't shock me in the least. I also imagine those are the ones that are like $500 or whatever. Maybe I need to hear CPUF's opinions on the original Emmy ending. Oh, you're talking about the original ending versus the Redux ending? Again, without spoiling anything, I do like the Redux ending more. However, when I played the game originally, I didn't have a problem with the original ending. Like, I was perfectly happy with the original ending. I liked it. So when the Redux ending came out, it was basically just the ending I already liked, but better. So yeah, that's my take. I don't think it's a super hot take other than me saying, no, the ending is good. You're all stupid and wrong. But eventually, Nostalgia Critic got sick of every Transformers film resulting in the same review with the same joke. So he blind predicted this fifth one and threw in the towel. Honestly, a based move. Like, we can make fun of Doug. He's done a lot to make fun of. But, you know, that doesn't mean he is always wrong all of the time. The man does kind of hit the nail every now and again. It's just, unfortunately, every time he hits the nail on the head, he also makes a review about Pink Floyd's The Wall. And then we all have to wonder, how the hell does he ever make a career out of being a YouTuber? I still can't believe that video that he made of The Wall. Like, that might be one of the worst YouTube videos ever made. Like, genuinely. If I had to, like not counting, like, seriously heinous stuff, like, excluding things like Jake Paul's shenanigans and, like, Daddy05 and, like, truly heinous content, in terms of just review content, I think the Nostalgia Critics video on Pink Floyd's The Wall might be one of the worst review videos ever made. Ever. It's beyond just bad. It's, like, on a level that starts reaching insulting, and it's really not okay. And it made me, like, genuinely angry, not even in, like, a fun way, just in a way where I was, like, upset and angry, because I'm a huge history nerd and I have a tendency to get parasocial about historical time periods and people who lived through them. So just seeing the Nostalgia Critic kind of shit all over that, like, really got my blood boiling. Like legitimately fury and anger. Not fun. The OGs, Nostalgia Critic made a video about The Wall. I don't remember. Have the morbid curiosity to watch that. Don't. If you want to watch, I think it's Folding Tables, who did a video breaking down the Nostalgia Critics video on The Wall. Watch that instead. Do not watch Doug's video on The Wall, because it will make you furious and angry. Like, if you like Pink Floyd if you have any kind of interest or like reverence, I suppose, for history and people in history. She kind of looks wall-eyed here. It'll probably look better when I add the color. If you have like any interest and sentimentality for historical people and stuff like that, that video will like actually make you angry, because that's why it made me angry, because it's so disrespectful for what the wall is trying to communicate. And what the wall is trying to communicate to you as the audience member is what it was like to grow up in England as a child in the shadow of World War II, and just the horrific circumstances that was England at the time, and your father having died in the war and growing up without him. Like, that's what the wall is about. And it's an incredibly sad movie. I've only seen parts of it because it genuinely makes me feel sick, just like how emotional I get. And then for Doug to like make his stupid video calling it things like Oscar bait and like making parody songs about it in like the worst way, while at the same time airing his grievances about the document that went around at the time where it's like changed the channel, and like a bunch of people tried to cancel Doug because they were upset by the fact that frankly he was more popular than they were. So they concocted a bunch of information that ended up not even being true. And like Doug, he used his review on the wall as a space to air his grievances with those people and compared himself like to the victims like in the wall. And it's very weird and upsetting and not cool. Nausicaä versus Mononoke, who would win a fight? I don't think either of them, because both of them fight for the environment. It's a real change of tone, I know, but frankly, I don't really want to talk about Doug's desecration of the wall because it's actually upsetting. I kind of gave up on Nostalgia Critic after a while. It doesn't really entertain me anymore. I gave up on Nostalgia Critic when he switched to doing more and more skits in his videos. I remember Spoonie made a blog post in 2012 talking about the Nostalgia Critic and saying that he doesn't really respect Doug's decision to lean more into doing comedy skits rather than just talking about the movie. And that was in 2012. That's like before it even got as bad as it did. And that's right around the time I fell off of the Nostalgia Critic. But it's also around the time that a lot more YouTubers were springing up and talking about movies and stuff. So they were actually good quality things to watch outside of the Nostalgia Critic. I would admit I'm not above making Pink Floyd parodies. I once wrote a parody of Money, talking about how little money I have. But doing stuff like that you're describing is just gross. It's very gross. Like, he made a joke parody version of, what's the song called? Sorry, I just want to get this correct because it's actually important. The song title itself is Goodbye Blue Sky. Doug made like a parody version of Goodbye Blue Sky, and he specifically changes one of the lyrics to be about the fact that it's an Oscar bait song, when Goodbye Blue Sky is like literally about like the airplanes bombing England. And what's the other one? It's something with the tigers. I just want to get that one. It's not Comfortably Numb. What is it called? Somebody in chat's probably already said it, but I'm determined to see it now. Here we go. Okay, track listing. Another Brick in the Wall. Goodbye Blue Skies. Another Brick in the Wall. Goodbye Cruel World. Nobody Home. Comfortably Numb. I don't know. I'm probably thinking of a lyric rather than a song title in that aspect. But anyway, Doug took like one of the songs from The Wall, which is specifically about the lead singer of Pink Floyd singing about his father who had died in the war, and like Doug made fun of it for being like Oscar bait, which makes no sense because the Pink Floyd, the movie, I think it's exempt from an Oscar because its soundtrack was written before the movie was made. And that would mean it doesn't even qualify for, like, it's just a stupid thing to say, right? So no. Watch Folding Tables' video about it. Don't watch the video itself because it's genuinely annoying and upsetting and very infuriating. I actually like the comedy skits by the Nostalgia Critic. Does that mean I'm in the minority here? The thing is, he does it too frequently and it becomes the subject of the video. Whereas in the past, the subject of the video would be the jokes that he writes about the movie he's talking about. So if you like the skits, that's fine. It's just, it was such a change in how the videos were structured. And I feel that Doug is funnier when he writes things more than he is when he acts things out. That's the big problem. It was Goodbye Blue Sky. He changed it to So Long Oscar Bait song. Yes. And that's like not even the reason why it's bad. That's just like a symptom of a greater problem that is that review. Like, it's genuinely gross. It's like actually like you want to sit him down and ask him, why did you think this was a good idea? And then he put like his parody versions of the song up on Spotify and he was telling people that they could stream them and he was so proud of them and how it was such a loving tribute to Pink Floyd. It's baffling. It's genuinely insane. Literally the most baffling thing about that review to me is there is a song but no subtitles or captions. That's the part that's most baffling to you? He was on point in his Les Mis review about the best original song bait the producers threw in, juxtaposed Hugh Jackman's sincerity with how suspiciously like that trophy looks. See, I didn't even get to that one with Nostalgia Critic. I'm pretty sure I was already out by that point. I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm moving on. I'm watching like Peanut Butter Gamer at that point. I'm watching... Who was I watching in terms of movies? I can't remember. That was a while ago. I was watching Peanut Butter Gamer. I was watching Space Hamster. I think I was still watching The Completionist at that point. The Game Grumps, I suppose? I guess that's what I was mostly watching at that point. As I wasn't really watching Doug anymore. I was busy watching like the Game Grumps play King's Quest and things. That's where all my attention was. Doug would probably answer if you asked him in the stream what I didn't know anything about the wall at the time. I don't know, man. I also don't think it's something that's worth asking him because there's no way to ask him without it being confrontational, right? Because how do you broach the topic where like you ask somebody, hey, why did you make this extremely insulting piece of media? Like, there's no way to ask somebody that and not have it be confrontational. I'm surprised Peanut Butter Gamer is still around. I feel a lot of the Normal Boots crew evolved to do their own thing. Yeah, Peanut Butter Gamer, PBG, he's kind of more active on his second channel where he does a bunch of like variety YouTube stuff, which is really not my thing, to be honest. I have this theory that as soon as a YouTuber reaches a certain amount of million subscribers, their content goes downhill fast because they start generalizing on what they talk about and they all start talking about the same thing. Like, it's always like, I'm trying these Japanese snacks and like, I ordered this thing from Japanese eBay and like things like that. You know, it all starts following the same kind of variety stuff. Like the Game Grumps do this as well, but at least the Game Grumps have their entire own channel for that sort of nonsense. Like they've got the Grumps channel, but that's kind of what PBG started focusing on more. And he's done that a lot more than he's done his gaming stuff these days. And it's, I don't know, it's just not for me. And very much, I follow a YouTuber for their personality, yes, but also because I like the way that they approach a certain topic. And so if you start doing a variety style, if you start doing variety style content, that's exactly the same as every other YouTuber. Like you're putting out the same things that like Mr. Beast and Jake Paul and whatever the big YouTubers are. You start doing the exact same thing they do. It's like, well, why am I here? I'm not following you for like random generic content. I'm following you because I want your opinion on things. Yeah, right? And I'm not getting your opinion on things if you're talking about the new Mario Lego set. That's like, I'm sorry, that's not interesting to me. Yeah, so that's, I guess, my issue, quote unquote, with PBG. It's not even really an issue. He can do what he wants. It's just like, he really started focusing on that more, and I just watched him less and less as a result. I still follow him, but I find myself watching a lot more content by like Dungeon Chill. These days I really like Dungeon Chill. I am obsessed with Dungeon Chill's video of Yu Yamidori. Like, that is a masterpiece of a video. Holy crap. If you haven't watched Dungeon Chill's video on Yu Yamidori, it's 4 hours long, and I highly recommend it. Like, I cannot recommend that video enough. I'm absolutely obsessed with it. And then I watched his video on Serial Experiments Lane, which is also just fantastic. But you can't watch it unless you've actually watched Serial Experiments Lane, because he spoils the whole show. Very, very good stuff. And then obviously, as I've said before, my favorite YouTuber on the platform in terms of content and writing is Implement. Implement doesn't put out a video too often, and not every single video he's put out has been a massive winner, but I do think that Implement might be the best YouTuber in terms of writing a script. Like, his video on Talladega is probably the best YouTube video I've ever seen in my life, like, without hyperbole. That might be the best YouTube video I've ever seen. I think at this point he probably regrets it entirely. Oh no, he definitely probably does. I can't see Doug being like, yeah, no, it was a good idea. It's like, no. Doug is at least self-aware. If nothing else, Doug is self-aware enough to be like, yeah, no, that one was a bad idea. Mike is sounding a bit scrunchy. It might just be my voice, because I've been talking for like 4 hours. Or it might be like the feedback, because I've got my lavalier on my chest. I don't think I'm scratching against it. It might also be because I'm laughing, so maybe the air is hitting the mic or something. Sorry about that. I used to watch Digibro years ago for anime deep dives before they crashed their channel. My big YouTuber to go to for anime reviews was Bennett the Sage. And even though his older videos haven't really held up very well, I do think now and then, even in his old content, he will say something that is really, really well thought out. Like, he possibly has... don't know why I struggled with that word. He possibly has one of my favorite sayings that I still quote to this day, where in a review he says, "We don't judge stories by their target, we judge them by their aim." And I think that's a phenomenal way to just explain how you should evaluate the quality of a movie or show or anime or whatever it is, right? If a show or movie has a very lofty goal of talking about something, and it really wants to talk about an important topic, and it really wants to throw itself out there and really get into this important subject matter, and then it just kind of stumbles and falls immediately and does a bad job. You don't praise it for like, oh, well, it was trying so hard to be something important. It's like, no, you don't praise it for its target, you praise it for its aim. And it like missed the bullseye by 5 kilometers and accidentally hit one of the referees, you know? Or maybe you're using that clip in a video. Yeah, like, I'm sad I've already used it, because I would love to use it again, because it continues to be true. Audio is getting garbly. It might actually be the connection between your mic and your computer, as the background music seems fine. Or you're overloading your mic. Let me turn down my mic. Maybe I am kind of... Okay, I'm probably going to be a little bit softer now, but I won't go into the red zone as much. You're understandable. You're coming through. It's just a little grabby though and rough. Okay, I've turned down the mic a little bit so that it stays in the yellow area and it won't hit the red so much, because it might be that I was getting loud and clipping the mic. not necessarily a review channel, but I remember as a kid teen, I loved the King of Randoms channel. But after Grant died and Nate and Kelly were fired, it felt like they just became a generic science channel, and it lost a lot of the energy and curiosity that it had. So that's my experience with a channel I loved going downhill. Yeah, like, it's kind of the same thing where a channel, when it becomes big enough, it becomes generic. And not all channels are like that. I mean, look at James Rolfe. Somehow, James Rolfe is still putting out angry video game nerd videos, and they are exactly the same as they were when he was in his 20s. It's kind of phenomenal. But there are a lot of YouTubers that I've followed who get very, very, very big, and then their quality just tanks. And I blame things like, I don't look at it, but there's a thing in the YouTube back area, like backrooms, where it'll tell you, oh, your audience liked this video 25% more than your previous videos. We suggest you follow whatever you did in this video and make more content like it. Like, they have all of that. They have like all the statistics in the back room for YouTube. And I kind of think that might be part of the problem, that people look at that and they're like, oh, okay, this did better than my other videos, and then they kind of like go down a route where they all just start making the same kind of content because YouTube's like, well, this is what gets views. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Already sounds better? Okay, so it's just me being loud and clipping the mic. Thing with James is he can't really do anything else, because whenever he tries, it doesn't do as well, and he has to go stick with the nerd. I guess so, but he did do Board James. I know that was a few years ago, but I remember Board James was really popular. People really liked Board James. So much so that I know Brutal Moose actually did, like, not really a spin-off or a parody, but kind of an inspired series. I think that's what it was called, Black Hole, right? I forget what Ian's like short horror thing he did, where he was forced to sit in a room and watch like horrible PSA content or whatever it was. It's still a little warbly, wondering if it's plugged in properly or something. No, it is. I haven't changed anything. I mean, I can turn it down more because I'm still kind of clipping it here. Okay, we'll have it there. I'm very loud and very passionate, so I'm destroying my mic, unless its battery is dying. Hold on, let me check how much battery it has. I watched the Monster Madness reviews like every Halloween when they came out. I also get loud, so I get it. I get the impression he wanted to be a filmmaker. I think so. Yeah, no, definitely. I don't want to speak for him, obviously. I don't know the man. But if I think about how he talks about American Movie, which I think he said is his favorite movie, it's also a movie about two dudes in the American Midwest just kind of making a movie with what they have, right? And it sounds to me like that's kind of where he falls into it. He seems like a more of a Clerks guy than whatever the hell Chris Stuckman is trying to achieve. You know what I mean? Not to like dunk on Chris, but I saw somebody say in a comment, and it is the best worded way I can really say what I feel about Chris and his attempts to make a movie with Shelby Oaks, is Chris Stuckman doesn't want to make movies. Chris Stuckman wants to be known as a filmmaker, and the movie is just the stepping stone towards that end. Like, Chris has no interest in actually making a movie. He just wants to be known as a filmmaker. Whereas James Rolfe, on the other hand, he strikes me as somebody who wants to make movie and video things, right? Kind of like Clerks, kind of like American Movie, kind of like Red Letter Media in a way, right? Where they don't want to be part of Hollywood. They don't want to be like part of the industry. They just kind of want to make their own silly movies and just be cool with that. And they don't really want to be part of the machine that is Hollywood. I want to be known as someone who makes a mean sandwich. I haven't seen Clerks, but I have seen Mallrats. So that, I imagine Clerks is basically Mallrats, but slightly different, because from what I've been told, Mallrats might as well be the sequel to Clerks. It even has the same characters in it. Yeah, that perfectly describes Chris and his way of reviewing films. I think that Little Platoon put it best, and it's possibly the most devastating takedown I've ever heard, where Little Platoon says, I think I might have quoted this before. He said in his video, Shelby Oaks, there is this belief that reviewing something is easier than making something. As somebody who has done both, no, it isn't. But also, if reviewing something is easier than making something, that is horrible for Chris Stuckman because his reviews are awful. And I was like, damn, how is Chris possibly going to be able to recover from that? That's so bad. I know RLM, they wanted to make movies and then they realized they hated making movies. Yeah, which I think is actually quite a positive thing, right? You think you want to do this thing, so you make your channel and stuff around talking about movies because you love movies, and then you try making one and you're like, wait, this sucks, I hate this. But you still like talking about movies. So you're like, okay, I've tried it now, I hated it, now I don't need to like pursue that anymore because I just know that I'm not going to enjoy it because it's not fun. I can just have fun talking about really shitty movies and having all these Hollywood actors come and visit our studio and we can make fun of them because they're Hollywood actors, and we can have Macaulay Culkin there watching Home Alone 4 and it's like the best thing I've ever seen. I've never seen his video. Sorry, I read that one first, but there was a previous message. I've seen people say he makes a huge deal out of being a filmmaker now, but what does he even do? I've never seen his videos. He makes really shitty 5-minute movie reviews, half of which are sponsorship reads of gambling websites and loan shark apps and BetterHelp and like all the worst, most highest paid sponsorships. Like he'll make a video where it's like 6 minutes and then 3 of those 6 minutes will be him talking about the sponsor, and it'll be like the worst sponsor you've ever heard of in your life. And when he talks about the movie, that 5 minutes will be him saying like, this movie was directed by so-and-so. It is starring so-and-so in their breakout role and possibly the best acting role of the year. See it in theaters on this date. And remember to support movies. And like literally, you think I'm joking, but that's legitimately his kind of quote-unquote review. I've seen somebody say you would get no less knowledge than by reading an IMDb synopsis of what a movie is about, which is genuine. Like the man is an IMDb synopsis in like human form. He also said as soon as he started making his own movie, he said he was going to stop doing negative reviews of movies because he's like, if I am making my own movie, then I do not want to review other movies negatively. And everybody kind of caught on to the fact that the only reason he was doing that is because he didn't want people to review his movie negatively. And I've seen the EFAP coverage of it. It's really shocking. And as they pointed out, they said, the thing is though, if he refuses to review something, it's because he knows it's terrible. So even if he says he's no longer reviewing things negatively, if he avoids reviewing a movie, then that in itself is a damning indictment on how bad the movie is. Anyway, genuinely shocking. I actually have a book by Chris. I have it here on my shelf. I'm looking at it. It's called Anime Impact. And the reason I bought it is because it's a collection of essays by other YouTubers about anime, and it includes essays by Bennett the Sage, who, as I've said, I quite like his videos, well, I used to when this book came out. It's also got like 1 or 2 reviews by the Nostalgia Critic in it, good lord. It's supposed to be like the anime that shaped anime, you know what I mean? It's supposed to be about anime series that really defined anime and like helped built it as an entertainment industry. But after I bought it, I was immediately furious because he says that all the anime in this book is going to be what built the industry, but then he doesn't talk about Rosa Versailles. And I'm like, dude, I like Rose of Versailles, but even if I disliked it, you can't leave it out. Like, what are you doing? That's like making a book entirely about anime and leaving out Akira. Like, it's just an insane thing to not include. And what makes it worse is he left out Rose of Versailles, but then he includes the isekai anime. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? And I'm like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't even need to read this book to be able to tell that you have no idea what you're talking about. And I've kind of wondered whether it's a book that's worth going through for like a video and just going through like how silly it is. But also I don't want to get on the bandwagon of just like beating down on Chris because he made a shitty movie and he's taking on gambling sponsorships. You know, it's just like, ugh, it's really petty and kind of mean-spirited clown on the guy, even though he wrote a terrible book. But it has crossed my mind because I do think there is some discussion to be had there in terms of like, is this anime that he's included worth remembering? Why was a decision made to include this anime at all? Like, things like that. And I don't know off the top of my head, but I have this burning memory, which is probably true if I'm remembering it this clearly, that the essay in the book that's written by the nostalgia critic is the one on Grave of the Fireflies, if I remember correctly. And I haven't read it, but that fact alone is kind of horrifying. People who take gambling sponsorships are objectively clowns. They know what they're doing. Yeah, it's like genuinely horrific. Like I said, EFAP has an episode and they have like a highlight of them talking specifically about the gambling sponsorship, and they have it on screen. And it's like the worst sponsorship you've ever seen. It like shows the slot machines, and Chris is saying things like, it's very cinematic and makes you relive the adventures of Elphaba and Glinda and their journey through Oz. And it's a slot machine. It's a slot machine on an app. Right? I'll assume he's kind of on that movie that Bennett was. Probably. I mean, I can like reach over. The thing is, I don't want to be here until like 3 a.m. So I keep getting distracted by these other topics. But yeah, no, I'm not going to pull it out. I'll pull it out another time and we can look at what he actually said about Grave of the Fireflies, because it might be fine. You know what? Let's try and be optimistic. Maybe he has something. Maybe he's reserved in his opinions on Grave of the Fireflies because it's such a serious, heartbreaking movie. Maybe he has the self-awareness not to be too big of a clown about the Hiroshima story where children slowly starve to death. You know, maybe. I will dig out the book and have another look at it. Because, yeah, I bought it before Chris Stuckman really went full mask off. And now I kind of want to go through it knowing the kind of content Chris Stuckman makes these days and what he's okay to put on his channel. Does Doug even know much about anime? I don't think so. No, he doesn't. Because I remember he reviewed Sailor Moon in his top 10 hottest anime women. And that alone is kind of an insane thing to do. And ignoring the fact that Usagi is 14 in the anime, which, not cool, but at the same time, she's fictional. She's not a real child. Kind of weird, but whatever. The show itself, you know, kind of gets weird about that sort of thing. Ignoring that, Doug's commentary on the transformation sequence in Sailor Moon was, I remember this cartoon, I didn't really like it, all the characters were annoying, and it was very stupid, but it had this really hot transformation scene in it, and I'm like, that's like the most surface level brain dead observation of any anime whatsoever, which is, I didn't watch it, but I liked this transformation sequence. It's like, okay, well, why are you talking about it then? You've got absolutely no insight. And then he had to make like a really embarrassing video where he's like, I didn't know she was 14. And it's like, yeah, okay. Maybe pay attention to the things you're reviewing. Once again, Once again, it boils down to, I don't understand how so many people can have YouTube channels and they don't do research. It's shocking to me every single time. I was talking to my mom about this. I'm like, I don't understand how it's so hard just to do research. Just Google something. If you're going to talk about something, Google it. You know? And I don't get how people, like... I was watching Wendigoon's video on that, like, mockumentary horror channel, the Japanese one. And just some of the things that Wendigoon says there, it's not terrible or anything, but he just says things where I'm like, dude, one Google search could have, like, cleared this up, and instead you're saying a bunch of nonsense because you didn't bother looking up what you're talking about, and it's so clear and obvious. And that drives me crazy. It's one of my problems with Saberspark as well. It's like, dude, just do research. I'm begging you. Just do research. Why is it so hard for you people? Just do the research. I would assume people asked him if he'd review it, but you don't have anything to say on it. You should just probably not review it. Yeah, like, in my case, what do I not have an opinion about that I'm not going to review? I'm trying to think of an example, but my brain is so clouded with wanting to talk about things. You know what? I know. I'm not going to make a video about I don't want to be a magical girl, because it's an indie project. It's not even really a cartoon. It is a not pencil test. It's an animatic. It's not a completed it's not a completed project. It's an animatic made by like one person who asked her friends to do voice work for it, right? It is the most indie a project can possibly get. I'm not going to talk about it, so I'm not going to do research, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going to talk about it. So I'm not going to put together a quick video saying, oh, I have issues with the pacing and I can't figure out who the pilot is meant to be for, like what age group or whatever. And like, without doing any research, it's just stupid. If you're not going to talk about something, don't talk about it. Like, I'm pretty sure he reviewed Digimon just because people kept bugging him, even though he knew nothing about the franchise. Yeah, I can see like that happening though. Because again, I'm thinking back towards the time period which he talked about Digimon and stuff like that. I'm guessing that was one of the more earlier reviews, because that seems like the kind of thing people would be asking for back in the day. And it strikes me as, once again, we didn't have a lot of options for video content where people talked about movies and cartoons and stuff. So the Nostalgia Critic was basically all you had. So I can see a lot of people asking him to talk about Digimon simply because there was nobody else, right? This was before Jezu Taku made their video on Digimon and stuff like that. So I can see people being like, Doug, please talk about this, because he's like the only person in town. He's the only person making these videos. If y'all excuse me crashing out for a second, though, please go ahead. That whole just do research thing is one of my biggest annoyances when people talk about age inappropriate video games. Okay, I'm gonna wait for you to post part 2, then I'll read that part 2. Oh, here we go. Like, literally one Google search could tell you if it's okay for your kid to play, or it's even on the dang packaging. You control what game your kids buy. Use it. Yeah, that reminds me. There was a TikTok. I think it was reposted on Tumblr, so I'm not sure where it was from some guy whose friend was like, yeah, I got an anime for my kids to watch. And the friend like has several PTSD flashbacks and asks him which anime. And he's like, you know, I just found it. I found it on a streaming service, so I let my kids watch it. And it's like, no, you don't understand. What anime? It's like, you know, it was just a bunch of kids running around having fun. It's like, dude, this is imperative. You need to tell me what the name of the anime was. He goes, oh, I remember now. It was Peter Pan. He goes, okay, it was Peter Pan. Are you sure? Are you sure that is the anime that you are letting your kids watch? And he goes, yeah, no, it was definitely Peter Pan. It was called Neverland or something. It's like, oh, Lord. Like, dude, please. Hey, Dana. He did have a retrospective a few years ago on the Toonami blog. Can't recall whether he dropped the ball or not. I can't remember. That might have been when I was watching. See, we never got to Nami here. What we would get is we would get the bumpers for it, and then the second two Namis started playing, it would switch over to like Angela Anaconda, and we never actually got any of the two Nami content. I do feel kind of bad for him because beginning Digimon on the dub of the movie is legit the worst, most confusing way to do it. Yeah, like, I haven't seen the movie, but isn't it basically just like the first draft of Summer Wars? And I feel like if you were to just watch Summer Wars, it's easier because you don't have the baggage of the show. Like, you can just watch Summer Wars and it's self-contained. Whereas trying to watch the same plot with Digimon is just going to be a nightmare. Angela Anaconda was a fever dream. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan. Not a big fan. I did like Kablam though. Because, yeah, Kablam is Kablam is exactly the kind of show that like made me the person who I am today. Things like Kablam and all that, like the really old classic Nickelodeon stuff, that's the kind of stuff that like molded me and like shaped my sense of humor. One part of it, because it's three movies stapled together. Oh yes, I remember. He talked about it because he wanted to like talk about the Pokemon movie and he felt obligated to also talk about Digimon as a result. What a mess. Didn't Angela Anaconda introduce the dub of the Digimon movie? Probably. Digimon wasn't really a thing here. I think it did play on TV for a little bit, but I might have also spoken about this before. The big thing on RTV, aside from Pokemon, was Metabots. And I will argue to this day that the Metabots anime is much better than the Pokemon anime. Like, legit. The Metabots anime is really good. And I watched the Pokemon anime, and then I started watching the Metabots anime, and I'm like, wait, this is so much better. There's like actual characterization, and the story carries forward, and there's like backstory and ancient civilizations, and like AI, and all kinds of like interesting robot stuff going on here. And it's just so much more interesting than anything Pokemon has going on for it, where you have to hang out with Ash Ketchum and Misty. Brock was okay. I'm fine with Brock. Sometimes. I just remember that Brock also had the annoying character trait of being like weirdly quote-unquote in love with every female character they would run into because 90s anime. Kablam was good. Isn't a lot of it kind of lost media now? Yes. Yes, Fire says here. Yes, it wasn't just like a short before the movie. It was just... Oh, you're talking about Angela Anaconda. Sorry, what an absolute train smash of an interaction that was on my part. Yeah, Kablam had missing episodes because the problem was Kablam had Angela Anaconda in it. And then Angela Anaconda went to Cartoon Network, I think, and they got the copyright, I believe. So as a result, Kablam couldn't have any kind of official release because it contained Angela Anaconda, and it created this absolute hellscape of a copyright situation where Kablam just could not be re-released at all, and that's how it kind of became lost media. However, I think luckily now the creator of Kablam just kind of uploaded all the episodes to his website or to YouTube or something, so I think there's like only one episode missing now, maybe two, I'm not too sure. But I think they're out of lost media, but that's why that happened. Ironically enough, also because of Angela Anaconda. Ash Ketchup sounds disgusting. In the Yakuza game, there's a villain called Ass Ketchum. Oh dear. I need to get back to Yakuza. I saw that there was some other kerfuffle about Yakuza Kiwami on the Steam store. Like, somebody did a stupid, and now, much like San Andreas, you can only buy the quote-unquote remastered version of Kiwami, and everybody hates it, and it's getting like negative reviews as a result. So when and if I buy the Yakuza Kiwami games, I'm gonna get it off GOG, because I think GOG still has the original game. So as usual, GOG wins by doing nothing. Angela Anaconda ruins everything. She really does. The thing is, it's not even that funny of a show. it's not that good a show. It really isn't. Like, people will complain, oh, it looks terrible, whatever. I don't think it's that it looks really bad. I just don't think it's particularly funny. There were a lot of other cartoons on Kablam which were much better than Angela Anaconda. I don't know why that was the one that got a full cartoon release. But hey, whatever. I always liked the offbeats in Kablam. And then the guy who made the offbeats made Sheep in the Big City, which is also really good. And then he made Kids Next Door. So, of course, you know, no shock that the offbeats was like one of the best things that came out of Kablam. That and Prometheus and Bob. Prometheus and Bob was really good. Whenever I think of Prometheus and Bob, I think of Joel. It's probably because of his Voices of the Void stream. I think he references in that possibly more than once. And also, there was somebody who made a stop-motion animated thing out of one of Joel's Voices of the Void streams, which might be one of my favorite, like, Vine source animations, along with the Watto telling Anakin that he's Anakin's real father from Vinny. There's an animated version of that that's, like, really, really insanely well done and good. I don't know, I still kind of like it. I don't know if Kablam aired here. Yeah, Kablam was a weird show. It's one of those shows where it really, like, embodied what Nickelodeon was at the time, but it didn't have the power of, say, Cartoon Network's Dexter's Lab or Powerpuff Girls, where literally every single person was watching it. Kablam was one of the shows that kind of fell through the cracks, even though it is so very much early 90s Nickelodeon in its style, in its jokes and everything. It reminds me the most of All That. All That, and I guess the Good Burger movie, it's like in that kind of sphere. In my quest to watch all the Pokemon anime, I do have a fondness for how more gag-based in Japanese the original Pokemon anime was. They fade that out in later installments. You know what? I actually think about that a lot in terms of Pokemon. I am actually very sad that Pokemon really does not include a lot of, like, the Japanese trappings that a lot of early Pokemon had. Like, the early Pokemon has an entire ending song that's an not Orbon, it has a Ondo, I think it's called. It has an Ondo style outro, and I actually really like it. I think that's very cool, and it's very, like, specific and stylish. And anime and Pokemon these days, they just don't really do a lot of, like, Japanese cultural stuff in their stuff anymore. They will maybe now and then, but it'll be like a passing mention. It doesn't really feel very Japanese, if that makes sense. And I know why they did that. I think it's because they do kind of want it to be multicultural. They kind of want to, you know, sell it to whichever country you come from. But I also feel it really, like, robbed Pokemon of a lot of its character in a way, which I just find a pity. And it could just be nostalgia, but I do feel that there was something very specific about Pokemon when it bothered to showcase the fact that it was a Japanese property. Know the ending I'm talking about? Yeah, it's really good. I think it's called Pokemon Ondo. Let me just double check. Pokemon Ondo. Yes, Pokemon Ondo. I was right. Yeah, it's good. I like it. It's cool. And it's sung by, like, an actual singer. I think she's an Enka singer. She's definitely an Ondo singer, but I think she also does Enka, or she did Enka. And they got, like, a traditional Japanese song for an ending of the anime. It's not even, like, buried on a soundtrack somewhere. It's, like, part of the anime. And it was really good. I don't know, maybe Pokemon got, like, really self-conscious about it because the dub kept editing out all the Japanese stuff. So maybe Nintendo or Game Freak or whatever was like, well, the Americans keep removing all the stuff that's Japanese. I guess they don't like that kind of thing, and then they just stopped doing it and putting it into their product. We can blame 4 kids. You know what? I think I will. I'm gonna blame 4 kids for this. You know, they don't exist anymore. They can't stop me. I blame 4 kids. It's all their fault. I really miss Takeshi Shundo, man. Shudo, man. He was pretty much the leading force of the anime back then and wrote some of my favorite episodes. Yeah, like, I do find that Pokemon, if you ignore all the current, like, not even controversies, just drama and, like, displeasure about the quality of the games and just how horrible Nintendo is these days, I feel like Pokemon has lost a lot of identity in a way. It feels so made to be universally accepted that it's kind of lost what made it special. Even more Japanese anime terms I don't know the meaning of. Not like I don't know much about Pokemon to begin with, never been a Pokemon fan. Ondo and Enka, it's like styles of traditional Japanese music. Like if you were in your head to try and picture the most stereotypical sounding music you can think of when you hear the word Japanese traditional music, that's legitimately what it sounds like. And they had an entire song about Pokemon in their Pokemon anime that was in that style. And that's kind of really cool, and I like that they included a lot of like their traditional stuff in the anime. I blame ADV dubs. Yeah, you know what? We can blame them too. Neither of them exist, so we can blame them. They're not going to stop us. But yeah, that's what Ondo is. It's, I think they sing it mostly at like festivals and stuff. I think is where it's traditionally sung. And Enka is basically like, would you call it like opera? Kind of like Japanese opera in a certain way. It's difficult to explain. It's very traditionally Japanese, and it sounds very traditionally Japanese. I would play Pokemon Ondo, but it's copyright, so I don't want to do that. There's a weird album by a Moroccan clown, okay, with nothing but songs about Pokemon. You know what? That's amazing. I like that. That's very good. Maybe like Japanese classical music? Yes and no, because Enka is specifically like vocals. Whereas if you would say like Japanese classical music, I would think more like shimasen music, or the other instrument whose name I forget, like the big one, biwa. No, that's more the guitar looking one. But like I would think like biwa or shimasen music. That's what I would think if I think Japanese classic music. Whereas Enka, it's the kind of stuff that Japanese salarymen sing in karaoke bars in the 80s. That's what Enka is. It's in Arabic, so I don't understand it. Oh, that's a shame. At least, you know what the dub did give us? The dub gave us the Pokemon song, sung by Weird Al. So we did have that. If nothing else, we did have that. So I guess it wasn't all bad. Wait, I also wanted to do this. I kind of want Weird Al to do like an updated Pokemon, because he did Pokemon when it was like what, 155 or something, and he did Pokemon. I kind of want to see him try and do that with like what, like 1,000 whatever, like however many we have now, just to see if he can. I want to pose that as a challenge to him. Just gonna grab, no, not that one. There it is. I'm gonna grab this so I can see what I'm doing. Oops. Am I? No, I am in the right. I'm in the right one. Yes. Yes. Oh, I'm on the blender. That's why. I'm getting tired because it's late. I think Enka is kind of analogous to like traditional American pop or Schlager. I don't know. Like Enka is so specific. Okay? If you've ever seen Lucky Star. My favorite ending of Lucky Star, where they go to the karaoke bar and they sing like the really horrible like vocal traditional song. That's what Enka is, because she's purposefully butchering the song and it's really funny. Lucky Star is so good. Does anyone remember Starbomb's new Pokemon rap? That was hilarious. We're running out of ideas and I can't take it anymore. You know what? I remember that, but I haven't watched it in such a long time. I should give that another watch. As much as Aaron can get on my nerves, he does have the ability to be funny every now and then. Okay, this is very red, so I kind of want to just do that, and I'm going to kind of erase it a little bit so it's not as red and harsh. Like that, and then I'll grab this color and just kind of redo that like that. And then I can put some of this here because I really like this brush. Oh, I should also probably hit save at some point. Hold on. That's too much. And then maybe like more that color rather than pure white. There we go, there we go. That's what I want. Just a little touch. And let me hit save, because if this thing crashes and I lose everything, I'm gonna lose my mind. My art, put it here. Nausicaä. There we go. Oh, by the way, you should watch From Bureaucrat to Villainess's Dad's. From Bureaucrat to Villainess's Dad's been reincarnated. It's very good. Oh yeah, I saw that when I was browsing my anime list earlier this week. I can't remember why I was on my anime list. I think it was because I was trying to see what the rating was for Samataya rendering. I remember that getting recommended to me, and I wasn't sure what to make of it because I am so tired of isekais. So I think I saw it and just kind of didn't think much of it because I was like, oh yeah, another isekai, okay. Looking very good, thank you. You were just talking about Japanese karaoke and it reminded me. Oh, is it that kind of anime? I'm back. What did I miss? Me trying to explain what enka and ondo is, because we were talking about how I'm sad that Pokemon doesn't really embrace the fact that it's Japanese anymore, and I feel a lot of Pokemon's cultural identity has kind of been lost in their effort to make it more appealing to non-Japanese fans. And then I remembered how 4Kids would always like remove all the references to it being Japanese, so then I decided to just blame that on 4Kids because they no longer exist and they can't stop me. I have isekai fatigue. Me too, man. I'm so over isekai. We talked about this last time as well, but it really is worth mentioning just how tired I am of isekai. It doesn't mean that no good isekai exists. It's just I'm so ready for something else to be the fad, you know? And it's not even because like isekai in of itself is a bad idea. It's because so many isekai do the exact same setup, which is basically just, oh, I played video games, and because I played video games, it means I am the bestest, most specialist little boy in this new fantasy world. Like, all of them are just that. And it's boring. Like, it was maybe interesting the first time, but we've been here for years now, and it's just boring. And I'm so tired of it. I really want us to move on already. Let me just see. I mean, that one kind of worked. Her hair is poofy, but it's not super no, not that way. It's not super curly, so maybe. No, let me see if I've got another one that works better. Maybe I'll just use the one. I always use this hairbrush because it just works for everything. There we go. Just put that in there. And then I just want to get some color to her eyes and the Olmu's eyes, because otherwise they look kind of dead-eye. Oh, and I need to put some shading on her nose as well, I see. Do that, do that. Grab this. Do this. Like that. Grab these. Yep, I'm gonna have to go darker because it's picking up that right now. And now, if I, you can hear my throat's busy dying at this point. There we go. And then we can put a layer on top of, on top of the line work. Go to the marker. Not that one. Where's the flat marker? Here it is. Just do that. There we go. Instantly looks better. Most isekai I feel are for the incel shut-in audience. I think it's more that, much like shonen, it's marketed towards like dudes that are like that are teenagers or just in their 20s and have a lot of expendable income and who can buy a lot of figurines of their waifus. Like legitimately, like the kind of guys where they play a lot of video games and they have money that they can spend on waifus, and that's who these isekai are made for. My dad's reincarnated is just a Japanese average salaryman that goes to a visual novel game and gives all the young adult characters life advice. As a result, they fall in love with him, but he's a 40-year-old man and has no idea and is not interested in them in that way at all. Okay, yeah, see, that's much more my speed. Because the only isekai of like modern isekai, I mentioned this last time as well, is the slime one. That time I got reanimated as a slime. I actually really like that one, even though I felt the last, what was it, like 2 or 3 episodes of the first season really dropped the ball. I still think as an isekai that it's a pretty good one, because it has nothing to do with like dating anyone. It's literally just a 30-year-old guy who knows how to network and is able to like set things up and use the fact that he's a slime to his advantage because he's smart. It's a really, really interesting setup for like an isekai. And then the only like isekai that I like that's like a pure isekai is probably Visions of Escaflowne, which is really good. But it was made in like 1995. So it's kind of a different flavor than what we think of when we think of isekai these days. I need to watch more of A Night Rayearth because that's also an isekai and I am interested in it. The thing is just, it was one of Clamp's very first works, and from what I've heard, Clamp needed a little ways to go before they really became who they are today, right? It's got some of the hallmarks of their writing, but it is kind of a in progress of what Clamp would become. And when it comes to Clamp, I think also I would much rather get back to watching Code Geass than starting Magic Knight Rayearth. Honestly, I was thinking of Code Geass earlier this week, and that might be an anime I get back to because I really like Code Geass. It's really, really good. It's not just the hype, it's legitimately just a really good anime. Bring it down just a little bit. Oh, there we go. And I think for the purposes of a stream, I think that's good. Let me just put it on screen properly. There we go. I think that's good. What do you guys think? Does Planet 51 count as an isekai? We're getting into like a conversation topic of like, does a hot dog count as a sandwich? Like, if you're gonna ask me questions like that, we're gonna like get on into a very weird area, and I'm gonna get into an argument with the Americans again on whether a chicken burger is a sandwich or a burger, and then everybody's gonna get angry at me because a chicken burger is a chicken burger. It's not a sandwich. And I'm not gonna go there. I wonder what isekai would be like with the other world being near exactly like our own modern world technology-wise, but with magic and fantasy races. Isn't that, I know it's not an isekai, but doesn't that kind of, like that's a Hunter x Hunter situation? Because I remember being quite thrown off by that, where Hunter x Hunter is a fantasy series, but they have like laptops and things. Like, I remember watching it and being like, oh, okay, it's this kind of show. There is a goblin isekai coming later this year, a salaryman who just wants peace with humans and protects his goblin village. I like the manga so far. Yeah, that sounds kind of similar to Slime. I would probably be into that. But as I said, when it comes to anime, I want to watch this one I just got, which is Summertime Rendering. because it sounds interesting. And I want to get back to Code Geass. What was the other thing? I was going to say something along the lines of isekai, but I forgot halfway through my sentence because I'm really tired. Amazing Digital Circus is an isekai by definition. You know what? You're not wrong, but I hate it. Does the Super Mario Brothers Super Show count as an isekai? Unfortunately, yes, it does. Like, the Super Mario Brothers cartoon is almost textbook definition isekai. Like, there's no getting around that. That's just an isekai. The Sonic the Hedgehog movies, I don't think they count as an isekai. They might count as a reverse isekai, if that makes sense. Because I watched the first one, but it was a while ago. It's like Sonic comes to like the more modern real world, right? I don't know. Like, I would say a reverse isekai, but that's kind of just in the same camp as like the Smurfs movie or like the live action He-Man movie, where it's like we didn't want to spend money on a cool location. So the creature, the fantasy story, is going to get transported to New York City. Like, it just kind of feels like in the same category as that, which I wish there was a better way to categorize that, because there are so many movies who fall into that. It's ridiculous. Okay, I was just scrolling at Discord and I saw a Digital Circus plush promo that has Mike still classer in it. What? You're gonna have to I'm gonna have to look that up. That sounds amazing. Sonic and Group are aliens, so I guess since they're coming to another world, yeah, it's like very specifically. I want to say Smurfs-like, because I keep thinking of like that horrible Smurfs movie from the 2000s, where it's the Smurfs, and instead of being about the Smurfs, they just go to New York City, and it was such an egregious version of that exact thing that it's the first thing I think of when I think of, oh, fantasy creature comes to the real world. So, I don't know. I feel like I should be able to call them Smurfs-like, and people would understand what I mean. Honestly, reverse isekai sounds like it'd be a pretty sweet story if done right. Just please, for once, don't put it in New York City, anywhere else in the world, please. Yeah, I can see that being like an interesting anime. Because you could get something like that movie from Jean Reno is in it, where like the 13th century knight gets transported to modern day. I actually quite like that movie. I think it's really good. They like fight the TV because they're trying to free the people inside of it. Didn't Barbie fix that? Yeah, I guess so. I guess Barbie is a reverse isekai. Kind of. Where is it? I would have to like write a dissertation, like a proper paper, a scientific paper on what classifies as a reverse isekai and what doesn't. Because I wonder if Barbie counts, because in Barbie's case, it's more like Barbie Land is its own separate pocket dimension that people travel back and forth from, which I don't think is exactly the same thing as an isekai. There's also the 2000s Fat Albert movie. Yes, I would also classify that as a reverse isekai, definitely. I can't remember if they go to New York or LA though, but I'm gonna guess New York, because it's always New York. New York, LA, Tokyo, London. I believe that's the usual trope cities that things happen at, be it traveled to or blown it up. Yeah, but like when it's the reverse isekai, it's almost always New York. Unless it's LA, and usually in that case, it's when it's like a live action version of whatever cartoon. I think they stopped using LA because it started becoming more and more expensive to shoot in LA, whereas I think it's not as expensive to shoot in New York City. Or at the very least, right? Like in New York, you can get like 3 shots of Times Square and then you can film the rest of it in Vancouver and say it's New York, and it's a lot cheaper than filming it in New York. Whereas in LA, I feel like you get pushed to shoot more of LA itself and you can't just film all the interiors in Vancouver. Although Psych did that and it worked out for them. I'm on a weird tangent here. My girlfriend took me to go see the Smurfs 2, the one where they go to France every minute of it, oh lord. A Last Action Hero with Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know what? I think that is a perfect example of the reverse isekai, because it also follows a lot of tropes of the isekai, where Arnold's character like carries forward the logic of the universe he's from into the isekai. Yeah, like I think that, okay, if we're going to like build a thesis around this, I think The Last Action Hero is like a good poster child for what a reverse isekai should be when it's done relatively well. And on the other side of the spectrum is the reverse isekai when it's garbage, which is the live action Smurfs movie. Like any of them, but specifically the first one, because it's just like the worst thing ever. They film a lot in South Africa and Eastern European countries too. Yeah, they do that more these days. Probably also because it's much cheaper to shoot in South Africa than it is to shoot in Vancouver these days. Vancouver used to be like the go-to, but they've started like coming to Cape Town more because Cape Town has really good weather and it's really easy to shoot here. Whereas Vancouver, it's not as expensive to shoot in Vancouver than it is in New York or LA, but you have to deal with the weather, which sucks. Whereas in South Africa, we have a very nice climate. We've got a lot of sunshine, so it's easier to work here, and also it's much cheaper. And we've come to a point in filmmaking where we kind of have the facilities for like bigger productions to actually shoot here, because I think that was like the big problem. Thanks for hanging out, Brian. I hope you like Nausicaä, and I hope you have a good birthday in 2 days. I'm gonna start finishing up soon because it's almost 1 a.m. and I've been, it's been 4 hours. I thought it was 5. I lost track of time there. Has that ever been a good version of the Francis coming to our world? I think you mean the characters. I believe so, but I would have to really think about it. I can't just, you know what, I can pick one. I think Enchanted might be an example of a movie doing it right, but Enchanted is like a rarity. Almost nowhere else can I like think of a movie that does the reverse isekai where it like actually works. Enchanted might be like the one outlier. Idea for a reverse isekai location. Take a map of the country you want it to happen. Let's go USA. Have a computer go through random coordinates, let it run for a bit and tell it to stop and find a town near the point and have it happen there. I mean, yeah, they could do that. It would, if they like shot in like Moore, Oklahoma, it would probably cost them nothing. Be back. We should be back. Let me know if I'm back. If I'm back, it's just going to be to say goodnight. Okay, reconnected. Hello, I'm back. Don't worry, my internet dipped, but I'm back now. I'm probably just going to say goodnight. I think that's my internet telling me go the hell to bed. Stop talking about just visiting. Somebody told me that's the Jean Reno one. Stop talking about Enchanted. Stop talking about the Smurfs. Just go to bed. As long as you can differentiate isekai from time travel. Yeah, I do. Although you do remind me, before I go to bed, there is a movie I got not that long ago, and I haven't watched it yet, called, its Japanese title is Samurai Time Slip. I just want to check, what is the English title? Samurai Time Slip. Before my internet completely dies on me. No, not GI Samurai. A Samurai in Time. That's it. A movie came out called A Samurai in Time. And A Samurai in Time is about... Oh, are we back? No. Okay. A Samurai in Time is about a like Edo period samurai that gets transported into modern day Japan, like 2024. And he gets transported specifically into the movie village in Tokyo, where they shoot all the like the period piece TV shows and samurai movies and things like that. Like when they need a scene in a movie to take place in Edo, they have it happen in the specific little movie making village in the middle of Tokyo. And they have this samurai time travel from Edo period into like this movie village, and he like gets employed because he's very, very good at being like a movie samurai because he's actually from Edo. And it's this movie, apparently it had a very small budget, but through word of mouth, it got quite popular and got a much bigger release than it originally meant to. So I've got that, and I just need to watch it still. And that's going to be my final word, because I think my internet is really desperate to die and go to sleep. And in this case, it is actually because of tourists, because it is the Easter weekend, I think. It's either Easter weekend or it's just like Freedom Day or something like that, one of those. We have a lot of holidays in April, so I sometimes get a little bit confused as to where we are. When you're no longer in school, you just kind of lose track of what holiday is when. Anyway, there's the wiki article for A Samurai in Time. I've got it, I just need to watch it, and I hear it's really good, and I'm actually really interested because that's like a reverse isekai that sounds very interesting, and it like deals with like the samurai movie side of movie making, and it also has time travel, and it also has like history stuff in it. So there's like a lot of things from like everything about this sounds very interesting and totally up my alley. I just need to watch it. Oh, and it's low budget. It's a low budget movie that got good through word of mouth. It's a comedy, so it might be a little bit obnoxious in points, but I'm willing to give it some slack. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Anyway, I'm going to say goodnight. Let me switch to the end card before something else goes wrong. We had a really good stream, the entire stream, so I don't want to jinx it and like have it die in the last 3 seconds because that would be very embarrassing. But I'll see you guys next month. We're going to do 2 streams from now on. So we have the free stream, which is going to be short. And then we have like the Patreon stream, which is like today, where we stream long and I draw something and we spend a lot of time together. But I will see you guys next time and have a good night and happy holidays, I guess, if you're having a holiday. And I'll see you around and look forward to Velma. And I promise, when this Velma video comes out, we are not going to talk about Velma again for a very long time, if ever. We're going to talk about literally anything else besides Velma. So bye guys. Bye.
just wanna stay right by your side. I don't wanna fall asleep tonight. I just wanna stay right by your, I just wanna stay right by your side. just wanna stay right by your side. I don't wanna fall asleep tonight. I just wanna stay